The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourn from the session of January 3rd, 2024. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by Representative Alexis Simpson.
Good morning. Let us be in a spirit of prayer. Source of our eternal hope, be present in this moment as we come together to work for the good of the people of New Hampshire. Keep us mindful of our own humanity. Keep us mindful of the deep connection that joins us all together as our feet all walk on the same ground. May we remain mindful of all those who are sick, hungry, or suffering. Be a comfort and a healing presence to all those who need that today. May we bring our thoughts to a peace that passes all understanding as we begin our day this morning. Amen.
The chair recognizes a member from Hillsborough, Representative Rich Colombi, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair now recognizes Addison Cutter of Anthem, who will sing our national anthem.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
As a reminder, please turn on all your voting stations. The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Boras, Ellison, Gibbons, Lundgren, Ryan, Tatro, and Tensar. The day, important business, Representatives Bucco, Kahn, Sanborn, Trottier, and Varney.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Erica, Jacob, Jameson, and Alice Cutter, Dawn and David Pothier, Jerry Gardalacia and Lindsay Giovino, family and friends of the singer, guests of Representative Colcomb, Karen Leo Hill, guest of Representative Almy, and Sam Farrington, guest of Representative Doucette. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. House will now attend to the continuation of the regular calendar, beginning with Senate Bill 263 FN.
Okay. So we have a majority minority, one-on-one debates.
The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 263 FN, an act extending the New Hampshire Granite Advantage Healthcare Program, reestablishing the Commission to evaluate the effectiveness and future of New Hampshire Granite Advantage Healthcare Program. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Maureen Mooney for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Mary Jane Wallner from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Stringham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, everybody. I'm honored to speak with you about an effective program, the Granite Advantage Program, and this important bill. For the past 8 years, Medicaid expansion has provided primary care, preventative services, and specialty care to low-income residents and workers, contributing to a healthier and stronger workforce while reducing uncompensated care costs and thereby reducing insurance rates in the individual market. SB 263 permanently extends this program. It received strong support from the business community, the medical community, upon its introduction in the Senate, and that body passed this bill on a unanimous bipartisan vote. The presentation of this bill to the Health and Human Services Committee was overwhelmingly positive, with over 30 members of the public speaking on behalf of the bill and only one opposing. After voting down an amendment to only temporarily extend the program, the House voted 193, that's this House, to 166 to pass this same legislation on May 18th. It was subsequently referred to Finance Committee and retained. Following its retention in House Finance, a 7-year extension of the Granite Advantage was enacted as part of the budget bill, and therefore the fiscal impact of this legislation is already fully accounted for in the state budget. How much does business like this bill? The Business and Industry Association, the BIA, put this exact bill on its report card, recently republished in the legislative report card, which was distributed with the New Hampshire Business Review. A vote for this bill gave a representative a positive check mark from the BIA. A no vote gives you the opposite. Business wants this bill to pass. Some of my colleagues expressed concerns about long-term costs. What if the federal government reduces the 90% cost of the program? This point was even mentioned in the blurb. It turns out that we in New Hampshire have already accounted for that. One of my colleagues said there are no triggers in the program. Read the law. Well, while the RSA is silent on the issue, the accompanying chapter law includes a provision that protects taxpayers against this event. Let me read you the passage from current law. 342, Section 12, New Hampshire Granite Advantage Healthcare Program, federal match. If at any time the federal match applied to medical assistance for newly eligible adults under RSA 126AA is less than 90% in 2020 or any year thereafter which the program is authorized, then the program is hereby repealed 180 days after this event under this paragraph. The commissioner shall, in this event, within 48 hours after the event under this paragraph has occurred, notify the governor, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the President of the Senate, and the chairperson of the Legislative Fiscal Committee of the program's pending termination. And within 10 days after the event has occurred, notify program participants of the program's pending termination. OLS has confirmed that this text remains part of current law. Some feel the U.S. Congress will surely reduce the 90% federal share. Well, we'll see, but you should be in mind that the federal government requires accredited hospitals to provide care to patients regardless of their insurance status. Because of that, the rates that the federal government pays through the Medicare program takes into account the amount of uncompensated care that hospitals absorb. This formula for hospital-specific payment depends on the amount of care, and the factor is called disproportionate share. Because New Hampshire instituted the Granite Healthcare Advantage program, the amount of the uninsured shortfall has declined dramatically. In 2014, the amount of uninsured shortfall was $173 million. In the latest year that we have data, fiscal year 22, it was $67 million, a decrease of about 70%. Any reduction in participation from states will result in increased uncompensated care and more payments through the disproportionate share formula. So there's a lot of incentive to keep it where it is. But if I'm incorrect and the federal government reduces their share, even with this bill passing, we will immediately have some work to do together and figure out how to respond because of the trigger. SB 263 is sound policy and should again pass this House. Removing the sunset, which effectively that's what passing SB 263 will do, allows providers to build the infrastructure and attract the workforce necessary to meet our state's needs, improving quality of care for everybody. There are some risks businesses can live with, but a pending sunset on a law that may lead to future program discontinuance removes incentives to build the infrastructure to make the program work as well as it can. I mean, we work well together now, but future legislatures 5 years from now might not love each other as much as we do. So, and businesses suspect that's the case. And to lose a key part of their investment because there's a political stalemate in a future legislature would discourage the necessary investments now. There are sufficient triggers in the current law through the RSA and chapter law to permanently protect taxpayer interest. There will still be bills in future terms to amend or change the program, just like every other program we have. The medical community, the business community, and the Senate were wise to overwhelmingly support this bill, as were we. So please join me to vote no on the ITL motion so that an ought-to-pass motion of the House, Senate, business community, and medical community-supported bill can be voted on. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Edwards.
What? I don't know what you're saying to me. Hey, he can speak. Did you call me up?
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
That's what we have here.
I think my vice chair would like to speak instead. I don't mind deferring to him. I know this is a problem. Come on up. Come on up.
Chair recognizes Representative Irf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to end up where the gentleman before me started. We should not make Medicaid expansion permanent for able-bodied residents until we confirm this is the most cost-effective way to handle uncompensated care costs. The program was intended to be less costly than. Since the program's inception, we haven't had a good basis on which to do this comparison. Most recently, during COVID, the federal government prevented anyone who became unqualified to be on Medicaid to be removed from the program. This drove up costs. Only this past spring did the requirement lapse, at which time the state could begin removing unqualified recipients from the rolls. This process is still ongoing. Another issue in looking at costs is that the Medicaid expansion program has been off budget since its inception and funded by a changing array of dedicated revenue streams. And I'm going to come back to one of these in particular in just a moment. This is in contrast to the larger Medicaid program, which is part of our biennial budgeting process. We, in this House, put the program onto the budget when we passed our budget in the spring, but the other body again removed it. Per our Department of Health and Human Services, the 7-year extension, now in law, allows for good competition between managed care organizations bidding on the contract renewal in the coming year. If we work to get the program on budget in the near future, we can better analyze the costs of a new competitively bid contract. And now I'll come to where we have a pretty firm disagreement. A final concern is there was a trigger in the early version of the program that would terminate the program if the federal government changed the cost-sharing ratio. This trigger was removed in 2019-2020. Now, I'll be a little more precise here with the word removed. What happened was, so back to the revenue streams. It's an ever-changing set of guaranteed revenue streams that fund this program. One of them is funding from the Liquor Commission. And the Liquor Commission has generally put in about 5% of their revenues, and then if there was an underfunding, they would top it up to take care of the underfunding. What was changed was that was set up, the trigger now is if the Liquor Commission runs out of money, then the program will be terminated. Now, if the Liquor Commission runs out of money, the government is gone, just so we're clear. So this means the potential for this changing on the federal government's part of the sharing means a potentially large increase in costs to the state. Oh, as they've done in the past. The federal government has changed a lot of program matches with the Medicaid and others. Special education is another very good example of that, where they initially funded it very highly, and then they reduced that down. So please join me in voting in favor of the ITL. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions?
No.
Member does not yield. Representative Granger has called for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ITL on Senate Bill 263. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that passage of this bill will have no effect on this budget, or the next budget, or the budget after that, after which we will have plenty of information about where we're at, because we've been doing this program for a long time now, and we keep hearing we don't know enough. And if I know that more than 30 individuals, businesses, and medical care providers came to us and begged us to make this change permanent because it's the best thing for Granite State individuals, businesses, and healthcare, would I now press the green button? Oh, sorry. It had to happen. Would I now, this is why I get by with a little help from my friends, would I now press the red button to overturn the ITL so another motion can be made? You'll remember it now, and so will I.
Chair recognizes Representative Mooney for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, members of the New Hampshire House. If I know that after careful discussion, debate, and negotiation, 7 years was agreed upon in the state budget last year for Medicaid expansion, it is current law. And if I know that the state budget that was including the 7-year Medicaid expansion passed on a historic voice vote last spring, lastly, if I know that a 7-year renewal and review of a contract and program of this importance, of this magnitude, is the responsible and prudent path forward, then would I join the majority of the House Finance Committee and vote green to pass the ITL motion? Thank you.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate in Senate Bill 263. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House.
Sorry. Yes or no? You have to give me a thumb. Sorry.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. 191 voting yea, 183 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
Having voted on the prevailing side, I move to reconsider, and I urge the body to vote no.
The motion is to reconsider on Senate Bill 263. A division has been requested. I would assume all members are still in their seats. The motion before us is reconsideration on Senate Bill 263. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 193 voting nay. Reconsideration fails. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred, Senate Bill 267 FN. House will be in order. An act requiring the Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Services to consider cumulative impacts analysis in rules and statutes. Having considered the same, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Joe Sweeney from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Karen Ebel for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Ebel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's not a good way to start out. And lest I forget, I'd like to request a division vote. Okay. SB 267, if passed, would authorize the expenditure of approximately $250,000 to hire a DES staff person to study the issue of cumulative impacts in facility pollutant permitting, such as the permitting of landfills, which emit methane and other landfill gases, or industries, by reviewing New Hampshire law and researching possible alternatives. After a 2-year study, DES would report its findings and recommendations back to the legislature. Unless SB 267 is passed, DES does not have the funding, the staff, or the expertise to do this important research. It's important to note that DES is not authorized to put any law into place or take any affirmative action on its own by this bill. Any further action would be left up to the legislature. $250,000 is a modest amount of money to be appropriated, considering what is at stake, and that is the health of our citizens, which is invaluable. New Hampshire can certainly afford this expense at this time. The policy position of the House is very clear. The Environment and Agriculture Committee recommended passage unanimously, and this body passed SB 267 by a very strong bipartisan vote of 302 to 77. We are only deciding on the issue of money today, and as we heard yesterday, there is surplus and we can afford it. $250,000 is a small fraction of even the $50 million we decided to put forward on retirement yesterday. This expenditure is common sense. Under current law, facilities emitting pollutants hazardous to our health are assessed individually and licensed accordingly. This siloed approach to permitting ignores all the other pollutants that may be present in the surrounding air, water, and soil. Take, for instance, a company that uses a product like PFAS in manufacturing. Most recently, such a company was granted a permit that allowed the release of a certain amount of PFAS into the air, something many here have grave concerns about. Under a cumulative impacts analysis, DES would look not only at the entity seeking the permit, but also at other pollutants in the area when it's going through the licensing process. So just as an example, because this can get confusing, let's say that by law, the maximum amount of a toxic substance like sulfur dioxide that one company can release per year into the air is 500 pounds. And let's say that Company X has gotten an air permit allowing it to release 500 pounds of sulfur dioxide a year, which is the maximum allowable. And then Company Z moves into the same area, and it's also permitted to release the same amount because DES will only look at what that particular facility would emit during the year. So no company could be permitted to emit 1,000 pounds, but two can taken together. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want to live in the area that released that much of the pollutant into the air. So shouldn't we at least take a look at our laws and see if this approach makes sense? It certainly raises questions. This bill is fiscally responsible, and yes, the budget process has passed, but we're going to be talking about many bills that have appropriations this term. It's not like this will be out of the ordinary. And yes, DES has unrelated staff positions to fill, but so do many stat agencies. That's no reason to ITL this bill. Ultimately, we could save far more by spending $250,000 now, including on health care and remediation costs, using a more comprehensive approach to permitting. And we'll never know what opportunities are available if we don't appropriate this money at this time. I know many of us here are no great fans of government regulations. But I don't think anyone wants to be drinking lead or drinking PFAS in their water. Sometimes environmental regulations are needed to protect the public health and the health of our loved ones and our children. Please join me in pushing the red button, overturning this ITL motion, so we can give DS the ability to study the cumulative impacts, possibilities, and then we, as a body, can decide how we want to move forward on the best research available. It's worth the money. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning to my colleagues. Senate Bill 267 appropriates $250,000 to force DES to hire an additional state employee to study cumulative impact analysis. I'm not going to touch onto the slippery slope that is the policy part of this debate and really just stick to the financials. This is money that DES did not request in their budget. The governor did not request in his version of the budget. When we worked on the budget, DES in front of us did not ask us to put this money into the budget. The other body where this bill originated from, after passing it on to us, did not see the need or the want to put it into their version of the budget. And when we voice voted our miracle state budget last year, we did not have this money in the budget. There is a huge slippery slope of adding state government employee positions after the fact on top of the budget after we had passed it, expending more funds to study an issue. We have a system in place of which we study issues that are coming before the legislature for future rules and future laws. That is our responsibilities. We do not outsource that to unelected bureaucrats. That's not what we're here to do. So I urge you to vote with the committee on inexpedient to legislate. Let's stop, $250,000 here, $250,000 there. Eventually, we are talking about real money for the citizens of New Hampshire that are paying these taxes. So let's be fiscally prudent. Let's vote green today on the ITL motion. Thank you very much.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient Legislation on Senate Bill 267. Representative Ebel and Representative Sweeney both requested a division vote. So we will have a division vote. Members, take your seats. Motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on Senate Bill 267. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Leishman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Environment and Agriculture Committee voted 19-0 to support this legislation, and if I know that we do have a state budgetary surplus that could easily afford the $250,000 in this request. And I know that this would support the Department of Environmental Services review of future recommendations to the legislature and whether legislation is in fact needed concerning cumulative environmental impacts. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that more information leads to better decisions when it comes to public health, wouldn't I press the red button and overturn this motion of ITL so a motion of ought to pass could be offered? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weiler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the primary task of a legislature is to set clear and well-defined limits to a proposal, and lacking those limits, a law becomes ineffective and results in constant litigation. This proposal opens the door for DES to constantly find ways to expand, as cumulative impact is a totally subjective phrase that could never see a limit as to what an opponent could imagine. Please press the green button. We don't need these phony phrases.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 267. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bose. Representative Gallagher.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. 189 to 188. I did not vote. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Health and Human Services, Elderly Affairs, to which is referred House Bill 264 FN, relative to amendments and corrections to birth records, comes to us without recommendation. Representative Cannon moves ought to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Cushman.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. The United Kingdom started the global trend of formalizing vital records in the 1850s, and they started with birth certificates. The reason given for this move was for improved documentation for the large amount of immigrants that were moving across the Atlantic, as well as getting a better understanding of population demographics and monitoring national public health trends. Birth certificates are vital records. They're historical documents that contain the facts that were present at the time of a person's birth. The time, date, parents' names, and location do not change because they're historical facts about the birth. The sex of the baby is recorded based upon physical attributes. Identifying as a different gender later in life does not change history. Gender reassignment surgery does not change history. A woman who has undergone gender reassignment surgery was still a male when she was born, and vice versa. This bill states that a new birth certificate with a different sex than what's on the original shall be created. It also says that the new birth certificate will not be required to have a marginal note to indicate that there has been an alteration to the record. So the original document can't be traced back to determine what it said. There would be no way to know, looking at it, to know that one is looking at a document that has been altered. And while I do sympathize with those who wish to change their gender to better reflect their lived experience, these are vital records. If one wishes to change their gender on their driver's license or state ID, they have that ability, and they only need to go to the DMV and fill out a simple form. This bill creates a pathway to change the sex on a birth certificate by having a healthcare professional sign a form. But there are no stipulations on the expertise or the specialty education of the healthcare professional in this specific area of gender transition. Nor is there anything to say how long or what the clinical relationship between the patient and the professional are. But again, birth certificates being vital records, historical documents should be accurate. Only in extenuating circumstances should they be changed. It's not appropriate to lower the bar and make it easier for someone to change their sex on their birth certificate than it is for someone to change the parent on a birth certificate in adoption proceedings. Both are very serious matters that should be determined in the courts, as they currently are, where the facts and circumstances can all be considered and weighed by an impartial judge before such a change to historical documents can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Cannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And fellow colleagues, at one time, a birth certificate was used as the primary form of identification. With the advent of state-issued driver's licenses and government-issued passports with pictures of an individual and inclusion of their current resident information, the need for a birth certificate is primarily used to prove where and when an individual was born, such as when initially applying for a passport. Once that information is included in a passport or a driver's license, the certificate is rarely used. I can attest to that. My changed birth certificate sits in a folder in my desk, and I hardly ever look at it, never mind share it with anybody else. To a transgender individual, their original birth certificate is an inaccurate document. It doesn't include their eye or hair color, whether they're right or left-handed, or what their sexual orientation is. But it does include a note for the gender of a child based on the best knowledge of the attending physician that had at the time of birth. That knowledge doesn't consider that the child's gender identity may not be consistent with their physical gender. For the past 10 years, New Hampshire statute RSA 5-C:87, has given individuals the ability to change the gender designation on their birth certificate by petitioning the New Hampshire court for a court order advising that such individual born in the state of New Hampshire has had a sex change. A documentation from the applicant's physician is used by the court to validate the court order request. What you may not know is that Vital Records Office only processes about 20 of these documents each year. HB 264 simplifies the process by requiring the applicant present the doctor's statement to the city or town clerk, along with their birth certificate amendment request for processing. If in the future the applicant decides they want their certificate to change back, they will have to petition the court to do so. The bill does not delete the original birth record from the New Hampshire Vital Record Systems, nor does it delete the hospital record.
This is the same process that is currently in place. What it does do is potentially save the life of a transgender person who was born in the state of New Hampshire. Changing their birth certificate to be consistent with the gender they identify as is more powerful than any prescription, medication, or therapy. Please vote. HB 264 ought to pass. Thank you.
Motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 264. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Not yet. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 264. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Cushman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that birth certificates serve as a historical record and they need to remain factual, and if I also know that this bill would allow a doctor who has little to no relationship with a patient to sign off on them to change a vital record, and if I know that these are already handled in the courts where it's more unbiased and can be weighed by an impartial judge, and that that's the appropriate venue for these changes, would I now press the red button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill will bring efficiency and consistency to a process that's already happening, if I know that original records will be retained, so if there is a need to look for the original record, it will be there. And if I want to affirm the equality and identities of all of our citizens, would I press the green button?
Motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 264. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 190 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Cushman moves expedient to legislate. For what reason did the member rise?
I move to lay the bill on the table.
That is a higher priority
And I
motion,
request a division.
and a division vote is requested. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 264 on the table. This is a division vote. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 264 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 185 voting yea, 191 voting nay. The motion to table fails. We're back to the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. I would assume everybody's still in their seats. So we'll go right on to the vote. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 264. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 191 voting yea, 185 voting nay. The motion of inexpedient to legislate passes.
Okay, again, this is Cannon moving ought to pass. Someone to speak against.
Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 368 FN relative to protections related to receiving gender-affirming health care or gender-affirming mental health care. This comes without recommendation. Representative Cannon moves ought to pass. The chair recognizes Representative Mazur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill provides protections for persons, including adolescents, receiving gender-affirming health care, such as gender reassignment surgery, puberty blockers, etc. Let's stop there for a second. We are talking about irreversible transition procedures on children. In committee, we were told repeatedly by providers and other lobbyists to, quote, "Don't worry, these procedures on children aren't happening in New Hampshire." In executive session, specific areas on both the Dartmouth-Hitchcock and Elliott Hospital websites were referenced where it says, quote, "We offer a wide variety of services for every stage of your journey, including gender-affirming hormone therapy for adults and adolescents, gender-affirming surgery, including top surgery, bottom surgery, and facial feminization surgery." So, which is it? Does New Hampshire offer this or not? Shouldn't we have a definite answer to this question before passing a bill that provides protections for procedures apparently not even happening here yet? And if it is happening, a lot more research should be done as to the future ramifications and permanent harm that will come as a result of this. I have heard story after story and personally know people who are now adults who had irreversible transition surgery when they were younger and now have severe health issues and struggles. and there is no going back for them. They are now permanently sterile as well. I anticipate more stories to come just like these. During subcommittee meetings for this bill, concerns arose over the unconstitutionality of it, specifically referencing Article 4, Section 2 of the Constitution. The subcommittee initially voted 3-1 to send this bill to interim study for more work to be done on it. We don't think making laws that would stop another state from enforcing their own, which this bill would do, is a good idea. There are many other complex legal issues that will arise if this bill is passed that haven't been investigated at all. For example, consider if parents in another state are in the middle of a custody court case, and one parent decides to take the child to another state, like ours, for transition surgery if this bill passes. If either one of the parents ends up suing our state to gain access to their child's medical information, then this bill would place in statute that they have no right to get any of that. Passing HB 368 at this time would undermine parental rights and set off a chain of legal nightmares because of the constitutional problems embedded in the bill. As written, this bill would prohibit obtaining a subpoena of a minor's medical records and make New Hampshire a sanctuary state for gender transitions for children. Between the questions we still need currently answered from New Hampshire's medical providers, the unconstitutionality of this bill, and the myriad of legal issues this bill will present if passed, I urge you to press the red button so that that work can be done. Mr. Speaker, I'm requesting a division vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Kin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow colleagues, you suspect that your child is expressing cross-gender tendencies and is suffering from a gender dysphoric condition. You ask the physicians who are working with you and their therapists who help determine this diagnosis to help you and your child, and they decline to help because the state where you live in has made it illegal for them to help you and your child. Doing so would be considered child abuse, and the state could potentially take your child away. So you search the internet looking for a state and medical professionals to help you provide the care for your child. So what medical services are they really looking for? The World Professional Association for Transgender Health, or commonly referred to as WPATH, has defined the standards of care for transgender people, young and old, and they've been updating these standards for the past 40 years. As new knowledge and medical techniques are introduced, they adjust the recommendations they make. For people under the age of 18, the first thing that is provided is therapeutic counseling and psychotherapy sessions. These medical professionals help the child express what they are thinking about as far as their gender is concerned. This allows them to determine if the child is actually experiencing gender dysphoria symptoms or if they are just in need of counseling. If it's determined that the child is gender dysphoric, a care plan is developed that may include the use of hormone blockers and ongoing therapy. Hormone blockers can only be issued under the care of an endocrinologist or knowledgeable physician. The patient's use of these blockers will be monitored closely until it's determined that in the future, hormone therapy should be started. The plan may also allow the child to start expressing themselves as the gender they identify by wearing clothing, hairstyles, makeup, etc., associated with their gender, as well as the use of gender-appropriate name. For many young people and adults, this is as far as they go. Contrary to what was shared with you by the previous speaker, hormone therapy and surgical procedures typically are part of a plan that's done after the age of 18 and beyond high school years. The laws in other states that people are looking to escape from don't apply to people over the age of 18. New Hampshire does have many medical professionals and specialists who understand how to care for children suffering from gender dysphoria. They are open to working with any patient and family from anywhere. We even have a transgender healthcare clinic in Dartmouth-Hitchcock Hospital, where families and patients from the surrounding states come for care. When I first introduced this bill, it was intended to protect the families seeking care for their children. They are afraid that medical care information might be shared with the governing bodies of the state of their residence, where their actions, even from outside their state, would be considered child abuse. This bill would block the sharing of medical treatment information if that information could be used to prosecute those families in other states. After bringing the bill forward, it became clear that not only will we need to protect the families from these states, but we need to protect our own medical professionals from prosecution by other state authorities if they provide transgender-related health care services. That couldn't happen here, could it? On November 17, 2023, the Attorney General's Office of the state of Texas issued a civil investigative demand to the Seattle Children's Hospital in Seattle, Washington, seeking documentation associated with transgender care provided to families who moved out of the state of Texas to Washington. The state of Washington has already passed a law to block the sharing of information demanded by the state of Texas. House Bill 368 will do the same thing to protect New Hampshire healthcare facilities and staff. Please pass HB 368 to protect our medical professionals, the families of these transgender children, and most importantly, ensure that parents have the right to make decisions in the best interest of their children. Thank you.
Representative Muir has requested a division vote. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 368. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Mazur for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that speaking against the OTP motion of this bill is not an attack on the LGBTQ community, but a caution to wait until more due diligence is done on it, and if I know that legally New Hampshire is not ready to be a sanctuary state for irreversible transition procedures on children, and if I know that it is illegal for a minor to use a tanning booth. Lastly, if I know that this bill has serious constitutional concerns, and if passed, will have many future legal repercussions for New Hampshire, would I then press the red button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that due diligence has been done for years, and if I want to protect the rights of individuals seeking care, and I want to protect our medical professionals, and I want to protect the rights of parents to make the best and most appropriate choice for their own children, would I now press the green button to pass this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us is the ought-to-pass motion on House Bill 368. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 188 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Mazur moves inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. House will be in order. Division has been requested to clarify the vote. Members must remain in your seats. The motion before us right now is the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 368. This is a division vote for clarification. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Lamonte.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 190 voting yea, 185 voting nay. The motion of ITL passes. Committee on Health and Human Services, Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 619FN, prohibiting gender transition procedures for minors relative to sex and gender in public schools and relative to the definition of conversion therapy. Representative Leon moves ought to pass. and offers Amendment 2451H. The debate will be on the amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Wheeler. I would just like to remind anybody that is speaking on this that this is a very sensitive and touchy issue, and please make sure your remarks are appropriate. Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that reminder. I rise today despite the uncomfortability of this vote because, for me, it comes down to whether or not kids should be able to get these surgeries. And despite the fact that I am a liberal, despite the fact that I believe in non-discrimination for trans people, for gay people, for queer people, and that I will fight until my very last day, until they are recognized as human beings. The question before us is whether or not children under the age of 18 should be able to get these surgeries. And I, despite being a liberal who believes in those human rights, do not think that is the case. And when the question is put before me, and I spoke to people until 11:30 last night, lobbyists, different stakeholders, people with firsthand experience, lived experience, and I've been speaking to people for the last 4 weeks about this bill, the only argument against it being that this opens the amendment specifically opens the door to other bad trans bills. But folks, the slippery slope fallacy I don't think applies here. We're talking about whether or not kids should get these surgeries, and they should not. These are irreversible surgeries. And despite the fact that there are medical exceptions which are included in this amendment, when people have problems with their genitals that need to be addressed, that should be addressed. But when we're talking about whether or not kids should get these surgeries, I think that goes a bridge too far, and I will not be signing on to that. So I will be supporting this amendment, and I appreciate the work done in the Health and Human Services Committee. They worked very diligently, and if you want to watch legislating being done in real time in a really good way, I would recommend that you watch the committee hearings on this bill, the work session on this legislation, because they diligently took all people into account, they took all experiences into account, and they came up with a legislation that protects children under the age of 18. This is not a question of whether or not you're with the trans community. This is a question on whether or not you believe children should be able to get these irreversible surgeries. So again, despite being a Democrat, despite being a liberal who believes in human rights, I don't think that children should be able to get these irreversible surgeries. So I'll take all the heat that comes from this. I will be voting for this amendment and for OTPA if it passes. The bill in its original form I think is too broad, and I won't be voting for OTP, but I will be voting for OTPA if the bill passes and for the amendment if it passes. And I hope all of you on this side of the aisle who definitely believe in human rights, who believe in protecting non-discrimination, would consider the irreversible surgeries that kids are going to be getting if this bill does not pass. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I urge you to join me in supporting this amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Cannon. House will be in order. The chair recognizes Representative Cannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow colleagues, the question that we raise is not about surgery, or not about who this applies to. It's about why are we considering putting medical procedures into New Hampshire law. Medical science is constantly changing. New procedures, drugs, and treatments are introduced all the time. The medical community is constantly learning new ways to care for patients. Medical professionals are expected to attend conferences and even spend time learning new techniques in institutions other than their own. That's their job. So what is our job? Our job is to protect the people we serve. Statutes are written to protect us now and long-term into the future. When we consider putting legislation into law, we should be asking ourselves, will this legislation stand the test of time? The problem with this amendment is that it's a Band-Aid. It's not something this legislature is capable of monitoring or changing as medical science continues to change. If we had heard testimony with this amendment, about consistent problem with medical services offered to New Hampshire residents by New Hampshire medical care organizations and professionals, it might be a different problem for us to address. But this is not the case. We have many excellent care providers in New Hampshire providing their services utilizing the best knowledge, skills, and tools available to them. Could they do better? Sure. But that's their job, not ours. By the way, any youth reaching the age of 18 typically won't be approved for genital surgery until they've started hormone treatments for the gender they identify as well as implement their future plans as living as the gender they are. Young people are encouraged to wait until the age of 18 to start them. Their medical professionals and parents need to sign off on the use of these powerful drugs any earlier than 18. Insurance approvals may also play a part in their decisions. They also need to start living their life as the gender they identify for at least a year or more. During this time, they will attend many therapeutic counseling and psychotherapy sessions to prove to a licensed medical professional that they are capable of living their life safely without considering harm to themselves or to others. This is no small task, given the social pressures they will have to live through. It is much more likely that a young transgender person won't receive genital surgery until they reach the age of 20 or older. Also, a major part that we haven't even discussed that controls when these might happen are the cost of the surgical procedures and the willingness of surgeons and hospitals to take the risks associated with these procedures. On a personal note, I had to submit letters from my therapist and psychotherapist indicating that I was ready for this next step, even at the age of 69. I'm 71 now. Each of the 3 surgeons that interviewed me wanted to make sure that I knew what the procedure was and what it would entail so that they were comfortable that I was ready. Same thing is true with everyone, even 18-year-olds. The insurance company also needed to make sure that I had the right letters in place so they would agree to their portion of the bill. My surgery cost over $95,000. It wasn't a complex or expensive female-to-male procedure, which the cost is considerably higher. Amendment 2451H is a temporary solution to a problem this legislature can't solve in the long term. Vote no on the amendment to 2023 2451H. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start off by thanking my colleague from Somersworth for how hard and passionately she fights for this issue. I would say that it's been challenging to debate this with somebody that you like and respect so much, but it makes sure that we keep things to the issues. If the medical societies and guidelines were still practicing the way that they have up until 16 months ago, we wouldn't be having this discussion. It used to be that a minor would need to wait until they were 18 for surgery. It used to be in the WPATH guidelines that parental consent was required for treatment. And it also used to be in the WPATH guidelines that you needed to have hormonal treatment before surgery. Sadly, in September of 2022, that changed. None of those protections are in guidelines anymore. So this amendment significantly narrows the bill. It lays out the reasons why a person should turn 18 before having genital gender reassignment surgery. If you turn to page 93 in your calendar, you'll find the amendment, which explicitly protects reconstruction and removal due to malformation, malignancy, injury, or physical disease, surgeries for disorders of sexual development, and male circumcision. This amendment laser focuses the bill on the fact that informed consent requires an understanding of the risks and benefits of the procedure. If a parent is told that this procedure is safe and effective, will they believe the doctor and sign on, or will they ask for that evidence? In committee, the experts told us that it was safe and effective, but they could not give us the evidence. They gave us data on other procedures that were in the underlying bill, but nothing on genital gender reassignment surgeries. I looked at PubMed, where all the clinical trials are published, to see why. There is not a single study on children having genital gender reassignment surgery anywhere in the world. Without data, we're experimenting on our children while telling their parents that it's safe and effective. I just can't square that circle. So the question you all face here today is very important. Is it okay to tell parents that this surgery is safe and effective in children, even though there are no data, and you would be leading them to have their child unknowingly participate in cutting-edge surgery? Kids are not small adults, and children who have undergone aggressive hormone therapy from a young age, which is what would be needed to have undergone cross-sex hormones for a while before the age of 18, have a very, very different medical history than adults who have undergone this procedure. It's apples and oranges. It's not the same thing. Our amendment language actually highlights the current lack of data, specifically so that if there are published data that show that this is safe and effective in children, you will have the wind at your backs to change the law. But we need that data first. Otherwise, we're misleading parents. Should we tell parents it's well-studied when it's not? Or should we put this pause into law and say wait until 18? If you agree with me that we need to wait until 18, at least until the data is available, please press the green button for ought to pass on this amendment. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call.
The motion before us is ought to pass on Amendment 2451. Representative Leon has asked for a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass on Amendment 2451. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Hines for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this amendment goes against parental rights and goes against medical freedom, particularly where patients should be able to decide whether they get that treatment, which could prevent their suicide, which is also irreversible. Even if that treatment's experimental, like many of us might have wanted to try during early stages of COVID, some experimental treatment. And if I agree with the prior speaker yesterday, we should not substitute the government for parents. Would I press red to vote against this anti-liberty bill? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that until 16 months ago, no clinical guidelines even permitted genital gender reassignment surgery in minors anywhere in the world, and if I know that the experts told us and parents that this was safe and effective, yet they were unable to provide data because there are no data, and if I know that informed consent requires knowledge and understanding of the risks and benefits, which are in truth unknown, yet presented differently to parents, and if I know that until recently, these kids were already waiting until 18 for this life-changing, hopefully for the good, but potentially for the bad surgery, would I then press the green button to continue to first do no harm and wait until 18?
Motion before us is ought to pass on Amendment 2451. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 209 voting yea, 167 voting nay. Committee amendment is adopted. Now we're on to ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Cannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow colleagues, adopting this bill is different than anything else that we've done in this House. It's going to be a statute that needs to be continually monitored for changes by the medical field. That's pretty hard to do when what we do is put laws in place with this current group of august individuals, because the future, this body is going to have to revisit this as changes are made in the medical field. We may also have to visit other areas too, because there are changes of who can get what surgeries and how young. And so we may need to revisit that area as well. It isn't just genital surgery that young people get. So I encourage you to vote no on this bill. It's not right for New Hampshire. It's not right for the transgender community. And I hope that our young people don't take this message badly, because I'm concerned about the health of many young transgender people. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, representatives, for passing this amendment to this bill. As I highlighted before, until 16 months ago, these procedures were prohibited by guidelines. So not only are there no data, there are no anecdotes. We have not yet seen how the new WPATH guidelines will trickle down into practice of medicine, especially here in New Hampshire. Traditionally, it takes years, sometimes decades, for new guidelines to see clinical adoption, especially for surgical procedures. If that's the case here, this pause does no harm. However, the natural course of transgender health care has taken a very different path than other medical specialties. Instead of slowly and cautiously adopting guidelines, the great desire to do something, anything, to help these kids has overwhelmed the medical mindset of slow and cautious adoption. I appreciate the concern and commiserate with these kids and their families. It's hard. Nobody denies that. But being told something is safe and effective when there's no data and they're just trying to figure out how it works on you is not compassionate. It's not kind. We need to wait. We need to pause. And earlier this morning, on the first bill we debated, we heard from my friends on the other side of the aisle how we could revisit that bill in the future, should the data change. Our job is continually looking at the RSAs and continually updating them as necessary. It's no additional burden to do this and to wait and see. Do these help or do these harm? Until then, I ask you to again join with me in pressing the green button to pass this bill as amended so we can wait for data and wait for until 18. Thank you. And I request a roll call vote, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Leon requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 619. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that medical knowledge evolves, and with that evolution comes changing guidelines, it happens all the time. And if I know that there will be no data to review if there is a specific prohibition put in place by all of us non-medical people, and if I trust parents and medical providers to provide appropriate evidence-based care, would I now press red to defeat this bill so another motion may be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that telling parents, kids, and the whole community that a procedure with no data is safe and effective is negligent, harmful, and could cost children their lives or their future capacity, and if I know that we adapt our laws all the time, and this issue's not going away, if I know all of that, would I press the green button so we can wait until 18, wait for data, and stop misleading the public and our kids? Thank you.
Motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 619. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 199 voting yea, 175 voting nay. Committee report of order passes amended is adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to place this debate in the permanent journal, please.
Without objection? Without objection. Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 283, an act to limit application fees charged to prospective residential tenants. Having considered the same, before everybody gets out, we've got 3 or 4 bills that aren't going to have a debate. 2 bills that aren't going to have debates. So can you please remain in your seats? Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Caitlin Kitab for the committee. The amendment is 2441H, printed in House Record 49, page 60. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The bill before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 314 FN, an act relative to the exploitation of privacy and the collection and use of personal information. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Bob Lynn for the committee. The amendment is 2463H, printed in House Record 49, pages 63 to 64. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and committee amendment is adopted. Representative Reed offers floor amendment 0039H and is recognized to speak to her amendment. It's in your seat pockets.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment before you, I apologize for having to have an emergency floor amendment made. I am in support of the bill, and I've voted for similar bills all along. This amendment adds 6 words, when specifically authorized by other law. This is an exemption to the rest of it. There's a similar exemption in the first part of the bill, not in the second part of the bill. I only became aware of this because I am the chair of my town's Energy and Environment Committee, and we are a founding member of the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire. And late on Friday, the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire told me that there was a problem in 314 that could potentially mean that CPC&H would not be able to operate. So this amendment has, as co-sponsors along with me, the bill's prime sponsor, as well as the committee chair and the ranking member of the committee who authored the original committee amendment. So if you agree with me that we shouldn't accidentally prevent organizations and programs that we've already authorized by law from operating, then please vote for the amendment. Thank you.
The motion before us is the Representative Reed floor amendment 0039H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 396, relative to state recognition of biological sex, comes to us without recommendation. Representative Perez moves ought to pass and offers amendment 0441H, printed in House Record 49, page 72. The debate is on the floor, amendment, right? Chair, we are going to have a debate on the amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Devine. Representative Devine? Representative Devine. The chair recognizes Representative Devine.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose House Bill 396. The Judiciary Committee
This is the amendment. The amendment
Yes.
we're on right now.
Yep, as amended. Yep.
No, this is the amendment we're debating.
That's what I'm speaking.
Okay.
The Judiciary Committee thoroughly examined this bill as amended. It proposes to classify individuals based solely on biological sex, a term only recently used in legislation across the country to justify the exclusion of transgender individuals from sports teams, restrooms, and other settings. This bill, extending to both public and private entities, introduces exceptions to New Hampshire civil rights provisions. It narrowly defines biological sex as male or female, overlooking intersex and transgender people and the conflicts inherent in various sex definitions. For clarity, intersex individuals possess chromosomal, gonadal, and anatomical characteristics that do not conform to traditional binary definitions. Likewise, transgender individuals often modify their birth sex characteristics, yet this bill fails to clarify their classification, leaving them vulnerable to discriminatory treatment. This lack of clear definition poses significant privacy violations. New Hampshire's own Sarah Rose Huckman faced obstacles in sports participation until legislative changes protected transgender athletes' rights. Such situations underscore the need for objective, respectful decision-making in sports, free from invasive personal information disclosures. The Granite State should not undo the good work it has done to protect all of our citizens. In this context, it's crucial to revisit our state's recent legislative history. Just 5 years ago in 2018, under a Republican-led legislature and Governor Sununu, New Hampshire made a significant stride forward in passing an anti-discrimination law specifically outlining and protecting gender identity. House Bill 1319 exemplifies our commitment to fairness and inclusivity. By contrast, this amendment to House Bill 396, with its discriminatory stance on biological sex, seems to be a step back from these values. This bill not only risks undermining the protections established for gender identity, but also potentially conflicts with federal laws like Title VII of the Civil Rights Act and Title IX, both of which safeguard against sex-based discrimination. Bottom line, this amendment to House Bill 396, by allowing subjective determinations of biological sex, risks violating protections for gender-diverse individuals and fostering discrimination. As lawmakers, we must prioritize our laws that respect the dignity and rights of all people, ensuring inclusivity and fairness in line with the values of our state, and oppose segregation. I ask you kindly to put House Bill 396 as amended, and in any which way it comes, to rest today. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this amendment. This amendment will amend the Human Rights Act, RSA 354A, to add a new section 354A:25A. The new section will permit, but not require, classifications based upon biological sex in 3 narrowly tailored and specifically defined circumstances. First, in the construction, maintenance, operation, and use of lavatory facilities designed for usage by multiple persons at the same time. Second, in athletic or sporting events or competitions in a sport or similar activity in which physical strength, speed, or endurance is generally recognized to give an advantage to males. And third, in the operation, maintenance, and use of prisons, juvenile detention facilities, mental health hospitals, and like facilities where people may be committed involuntarily. The amendment provides that in the above 3 circumstances, and in those circumstances only, there is a compelling state interest in allowing classifications based on biological sex in order to protect the privacy rights and physical safety of both transgender persons and others that may be affected by the classification. In this regard, I have to disagree respectfully with the prior speaker on the question of whether this is somehow an improper classification. And I would ask you to note that, unlike racial classifications, which are virtually always prohibited, when dealing with classifications based upon sex, the doctrine of separate but equal still can be validly utilized. If that were not the case, Title IX of the federal Title IX of the Education Act would be unconstitutional, because it specifically provides that the way in which equality may be guaranteed, for example, in sports, is not that women must be allowed to play on the UNH football team, but that there needs to be equivalent, equal opportunities for women in other sports. And for example, if you couldn't draw racial sexual classifications in these kind of cases, there couldn't be a women's UNH basketball team and a men's UNH basketball team. But in fact there are, and in fact Title specifically allows that, because it recognizes that there are some circumstances in which it is valid to classify on the basis of sex. The 3 circumstances covered by this bill are ones when a public body, such as a school district or a private company, should be able to protect the privacy rights of both men and women by not allowing the mixes of the sexes during the inherently private activity of using a lavatory when intimate body parts may be exposed. Similarly, athletic organizations should have the ability to determine that it is inherently unfair to allow a transgender male to compete against females in sports such as wrestling, basketball, tennis, and other sports where strength, speed, or endurance matters. Lastly, the special security concerns applicable to correctional-type facilities make it imperative that classifications based on biological sex be allowed. Indeed, with respect to the latter situations, correctional facilities, I should note here that this is one of the very few situations where courts have recognized that even racial classifications may be allowed. And it happens, for example, in circumstances where there are white or black gangs in a particular correctional facility. Courts have upheld the ability to classify, to segregate prisoners based upon their race, if in fact that's necessary to protect, protect against physical violence. For these reasons, I urge you to support this narrow amendment to this bill, which makes common sense and would be good public policy. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions? Does the member yield to questions? Member does not yield. The motion before us is Amendment 044H. A division has been requested. Who requests a roll call? King has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the roll call vote on Amendment 0441H. Chair recognizes Representative Tura for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that I don't know what the term biological sex in this amended bill or amendment to the bill means, or how it would be determined or applied, and if I further know that nobody here knows what it means because it's not defined in this bill or amendment or anywhere else in New Hampshire statute, and if I further know that there are at least 4 commonly used biological-based approaches to defining one's sex, each of which objectively embodies more than the 2 sex classifications called for in the amended bill, and that any of these can classify the same individual in opposite ways at a single point in their life or at different points in one's life. And if I know that these concerns are not just theoretical hyperbole, but that such policy has been used, for example, to force a transgender male to compete in wrestling as a female based on birth sex in Texas, where he ironically became the state's undefeated girls' state champion in 2017 and 2018 against his will. And lastly, if I know that the deeply personal information needed to make any of these classifications correctly is not typically revealed or documented publicly and should not be, wouldn't I then necessarily conclude that if enacted, this statute could only be applied in an invasive and arbitrary way, which could justify completely opposite policy in the same situation, literally opening the door to the very discrimination that the Republican-led legislature and Governor Sununu passed
I will remind the member this is a parliamentary inquiry, not a speech.
Yeah, passed a specific law to prevent just 5 years ago. Isn't this more than sufficient reason to press the red button to uphold the protections of individual rights, personal privacy, and basic human dignity that our state has already chosen to embrace on a bipartisan basis? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Kofal for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill clarifies the law, that it offers protections to all New Hampshire citizens, in 3 narrowly defined areas: intimate spaces, athletic competitions, and prisons. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the 11th Circuit Court has already affirmed that a school's decision to distinguish bathrooms and locker rooms based on biological sex has been ruled constitutional, would I then press the green button to pass this amendment so that we can move forward with an OTPA motion on the bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us ought to pass on Amendment 441H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 194 voting yea, 182 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, would it be possible for me to ask a question of someone from the committee who supports the bill as amended?
If one of the members, yes, one of the members will consent, the chair will answer your question.
Thank you.
There was still a debate on the bill. This is
on the bill, right? As amended. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
We still have a debate on the bill itself as amended.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for being willing to take my question, because I hold you in high regard. Could you define for me biological sex?
Yeah, I believe I believe that biological sex. Basically, if going back to my sort of high school biology, basically means that if you have the XX chromosome, you're a woman, and if you have the XY, you're a man. And I'm not aware, although I'm certainly not a scientist, that there has been any change to that basic classification.
House will be in order.
Thank you. May I follow up? Thank you so much for that, and thank you for it.
The House will be in order.
And thank you for ignoring the inappropriate response from our colleagues. Can you tell me where in law, since you more than anyone in this room could answer this question, where in law that is defined? Thank you.
I suspect it's probably not, and if the question is that because it's not defined, we can't decide who is a male and who is a female biologically, I have to say respectfully, that has been deciding on who is a male or who is not, and in classifications dealing with that, has been something that courts and frankly the public has been doing for centuries. So the idea that somehow, we now can't do that, I disagree. I think it's very easy to make that determination.
Thank you.
Will a member yield to a further question? Member does not yield. Member does not yield. We still have a debate on the bill. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Tura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise again in opposition to passing the amended bill. Many of the reasons were stated previously on the discussion of the amendment. To echo the discussion you just heard, the lack of a definition in this bill or anywhere in New Hampshire statute, and I did search for it, means that the term biological sex can be applied however somebody wishes to do it. And the case that I mentioned in Texas, where it was applied based on birth, sex at birth, was a specific example of the most commonly accepted version of biological sex, that it's established at birth. If we adopt a definition where someone can do that, we are opening the door to the same situation here, where we could tell somebody who is outwardly a male, who has male musculature and male characteristics, to play on women's teams. We could be telling someone who has transitioned and has, a beard and male musculature, maybe even male genitalia, that they have to use the women's room because that's how they were born. That is why this bill is dangerous. This bill leaves the door wide open for anyone in the state to basically undo, as I said, the bipartisan agreement to protect people in these situations from the discrimination. It was said that this doesn't require this application, but allows it. I'll say it doesn't require discrimination, but it certainly allows discrimination. And I think we should really pause before we adopt something that can be applied in any way that someone sees fit, literally opposite ways by two organizations right next door to each other. That is the reason why, and I will just finally end with the fact that with respect to Chairman Lynn's answer to the question that was posed, if we go by chromosomes, as I mentioned, there are about 4 different ways that this is most likely done. Chromosomes is one of the 4 when you look at biology. There's a condition called Klinefelter syndrome, which is an XXY chromosome. So that definition will not hold. There's also an XO chromosomal situation. And both of these people can live in society, but will not be easily classified. And so I think we should step back from what this bill would suggest that we do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions? Does the member yield to questions?
Oh, no. Thank you.
No, member does not yield. Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Colfault. Chair recognizes Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I will not belabor because I think I've said most of what I needed to say before. But let me just raise one thing to ask you to think about on this whole issue of like whether or not we really can't tell, we can't make a classification about whether somebody is a male or female. Stop and think about that just for a minute. Suppose that we really were to say that was true. Wouldn't that mean that in protecting females, for example, as the anti-discrimination laws apply generally? Just stop and think about that situation if you were really to accept the idea we can't tell who's a male or who's a female. Suppose that UNH had a had a basketball team, just one basketball team, and all of the people on it sort of looked like males and acted like males, and they were playing other male teams, and they had no female basketball team. And somebody came along and said, hey, wait a minute, you're discriminating, this male basketball team, you're discriminating. Could they say, oh, hold on, wait a minute, we don't, how do you know that we're males? How do you know? You can't tell. We have to, on what basis are you making this kind of decision? I would just respectfully submit to you that if that kind of an argument was made, a court would laugh it out of court. I mean, of course you can make these decisions. And you can make it here also. These are 3 narrow circumstances in which classification based upon biological sex makes sense for privacy protection and safety reasons. I urge you to support the bill, OTPA. Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass unamended on House Bill 396. Representative Lynn has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 396. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Devine for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I understand that House Bill 396, as amended, is turned into a he said, she said issue like it has here on the floor today, and if I know the classification of human beings based solely on biological sex in this bill is as impractical as trying to classify a fish in the ocean as a bird in the sky, particularly in a state that values the principles of live free or die, then wouldn't it be logical and in keeping with our state's values of inclusivity, fairness, and respect for individual identity, press the red button to declare House Bill 396 inexpedient to legislate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if it comes down to it, I'd appreciate your vote.
Very good. Chair recognizes Representative Kofal for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I understand that House Bill 396 as amended clarifies the law, provides important clarifications for school districts, prisons, and other subdivisions of the state, would I then press the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 396. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 192 voting yea, 184 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
the majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 652 FN, an act relative to non-public sessions under the Right to Know law. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Bob Lynn for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Christine Perez for the minority of the committee. The minority committee amendment is 2438H, printed in House Record 49 on pages 107 and 108. Representative Hall is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I speak here as someone who helped author the pink sheet, and there's a typo that you can attribute to me where I substituted the word oppose for support. So I'm just letting all the members know who would have looked at the pink sheet on this bill that there is an error. We're supporting the ITL. Thank you.
Representative Perez is recognized to speak against the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. House Bill 652 is a bill designed to help you, help all of us. 91A laws were passed to give the public, your constituents, transparency in government, but they don't include non-public sessions. House Bill 652 will give you the right to attend a non-public session.
The member will suspend for a minute, please.
Pause.
Sorry about that. Please continue.
We ready?
All good.
Okay. So I rise in opposition to the ITL. House Bill 652 will give you the right to attend a non-public session if you are being discussed and your reputation could be adversely affected. It protects you from possible false accusations made against you in non-public session. Perhaps an accusation made by a public official who just doesn't like the can of worms you may have opened and potentially corruption in the town. Now, if the accusation against you is a crime, that needs to go directly to law enforcement. They are not subject to 91A, and they will do their own investigation. I know that due process might be your way to reclaim your reputation or an attempt to right the wrongs done to you, but that may be just too late. The damage has already been done to you. Not everyone also has the means to hire a lawyer or the time to devote to the long legal process, especially since nothing might have happened if you had just had the opportunity to speak to the allegations made against you in the first place. House Bill 652 will allow this process, and perhaps the entire issue could have been cleared with a meeting with no cost to any party. Now, you may not think that this is happening, but I can assure you that it is, and it's coming to your neighborhood. It has come to Derry. It has come to Pelham. It has come to others. So let's nip this in the bud. If you believe that you have the right to hear what is being said about you behind closed doors, and you have the right to speak on your own behalf, this is the bill that will provide that for you. House Bill 652 will protect the rights and reputation of your constituents, the average citizen, before they are adversely affected. I urge you to vote to pass this bill and to vote against the ITL. Thank you.
Representative Lynn is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition and in support of as opposition to the prior speaker and in support of the ITL motion for this bill. The right to know law currently allows public bodies to go into non-public sessions to discuss matters which may reflect adversely on anyone other than a member of the public body. The original bill proposed to amend this provision to say that before the public body can rely on this section to go into non-public session, it must give the person who may be spoken about adversely 48 hours advance notice, the right to be present at the meeting, to have counsel or a representative present, and to speak in his or her own behalf. The problem with this bill is that there are very often good reasons why a public body may need to have a confidential discussion without notifying the person who's to be discussed adversely that such discussions are to occur. The most obvious example of this is where a member of a public body receives information suggesting that someone may have engaged in wrongdoing. It could be criminal, could be civil, but could be some kind of wrongdoing, and needs to discuss with the body how to proceed, whether to involve the police or some regulatory authority to launch an investigation, etc. If the body were required to give notice to the potential wrongdoer in such situations, the result could easily be to frustrate the investigation by tipping the hand to the wrongdoer much too early. Supporters of this bill recognize the problem that I just discussed and sought to fix it by a proposed amendment, which would say that notice must be given only prior to the public body taking a vote or taking action regarding the person in question. The amendment also listed a number of exceptions to it dealing with certain regulatory bodies. I have to say that although the amendment improves the bill slightly, it by no means fixed all of the problems. For example, even under the proposed amendment, if the public body were to take a vote to refer a matter of potential wrongdoing to the police or the AG for investigation, the amendment would require that the alleged wrongdoer be tipped off that action was being done. Again, there would be grave potential for frustrating investigations. The other problem with this bill is that the proposed amendment to the bill was made at the last minute, without adequate opportunity for full discussion of the potential implications of this. So that, for example, the proposal as suggested by the prior speaker, as reflected in the proposed amendment, is really much more than a right to know bill. It in effect is a sort of due process bill. It is designed to give people who some adverse action may be taken against notice and an opportunity to be heard. At a very 50,000-foot level, that sounds like a good idea. In fact, I could support that. In fact, in another context, I have a bill coming up before the new session of the legislature dealing with due process rights in the educational setting. So I'm a strong supporter of due process rights. The problem is that this bill and the proposed changes that arguably could have some merit have not been thought out. We haven't had any hearings on which people have said, well, look, if you proceed in the way the proponents of the amendment have said, here are some of the problems we may have. We don't know what those problems might be because we haven't heard from witnesses dealing with with that issue. So I guess what I'm really saying in bottom line is I think we need to ITL this bill because it's not really ready for prime time. Maybe in some future legislation, it may be appropriate to have something like this that says, you know, there's a sort of statutory right to due process hearing and right to be notified and be heard and have an attorney in certain circumstances. But we need to know all of the parameters of that before we vote on it. And right now, that's not where we are. So for those reasons, I urge you to support the ITL recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Will the member yield for a question?
Yes.
Thank you very much for yielding the question. So my question is, what kind of action? I support due process, and that's why, at least on the surface, I like the bill. But I understand the problem of thwarting an investigation. So, you know, in a police investigation for a criminal thing, that is private, and then if they decide to charge you, then that you have your due process and you can respond. For a body like let's say a Board of Selectmen or a City Council, can they take action without you having a chance to respond? Or is it just that it's private until they decide what they want to do?
No, I mean, I think really you identify one of what I think is really one of the big problems with the bill as it now is. Even with the proposed amendment, it doesn't define what action means. So let me give you this example. Suppose a selectman receives information from a constituent that somebody, let's say somebody that the city or the town is contracting with, may have double billed or may have not been doing the work that they were supposed to do. And the selectman decides, I want to have a discussion with colleagues at the next selectmen's meeting about this to decide what to do. Should the person have to be notified of that where there might be some wrongdoing? Or isn't it appropriate to be able to have that discussion privately first? Now, if the Board of Selectmen decides, well, yes, you know, we're going to refer this to for some kind of further investigation, and in fact, a further investigation leads to a civil suit being filed or a criminal, of course the person has the right to be notified. But this, I think, would require notice too early. That's the problem.
The question before the House is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 255FN, an act relative to the expectation of privacy, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Marjorie Smith for the committee. The amendment is 2420H, printed in House Record 49 on pages 116 to 118. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. I think the ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. The question now is on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Sorry, the ayes have it, and the report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 190 FN, an act relative to the duration of unemployment benefits, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative William Infantine for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Michael Granger for the minority of the committee. The questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. The Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 232 FN, adopting Section 1910 OSHA standards for public sector employees in New Hampshire, comes to us without recommendation. Representative Seaworth moves ought to pass and offers Amendment 2409H, printed in House Record 49 on page 57. Representative Sullivan is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Morning. I rise in opposition to this amendment. To be clear, this amendment would fully replace House Bill 232, as would the next amendment that we'll be talking about. I oppose this amendment because, frankly, it completely defeats what House Bill 232 was intended to do. House Bill 232 is intended to improve workplace safety for public sector employees. Private sector employees, as most of us know, are protected by OSHA safety standards. Public sector employees are covered by the New Hampshire Department of Labor safety standards. I have to say that those New Hampshire Department of Labor safety standards are woefully incomplete. The whole purpose of this bill is to improve upon those standards and make the safety standards for public sector employees more equivalent to the public sector or the private sector employees. This amendment was well intended. It was trying to make something that was highly palatable. It became so palatable that it doesn't really do anything. Basically, it allows the Department of Labor to hire 3 more employees for the purpose of rulemaking. The department can write rules to improve safety standards. All the standards that are there are in rules presently. The problem is the department has not, for over a decade, made any improvement to the public sector safety standards. This amendment doesn't require any improvements to the safety standards for public sector employees. The department has made it clear, and I had a discussion with the Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Labor. She indicated that this bill, if amended in this fashion, doesn't require them to do anything further with regard to safety standards. It gives them 3 more employees to write rules, but there's no incentive or requirement to actually write those rules. So I ask you to oppose this amendment and consider a new amendment that actually will improve workplace safety for public sector employees. Thank you.
Representative Infantine is recognized to speak in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, enacted in April of 1971 for private employers. Every private employer must now adhere to OSHA standards. However, most people don't understand that states and municipalities do not have to follow OSHA. They've had their own standards. A few states do follow OSHA now, but a vast majority do not. The New Hampshire Department of Labor, for years, has adjudicated safety. They put out a manual, they inspect, they investigate accidents, and it's all being done with the Department of Labor. Now, I am in support of doing something here to update where we need to be on safety with the Department of Labor in the state of New Hampshire. It has been 10 years. It is time. It is time to update where we are with safety. The other proposal is a division of OSHA 1910. Don't know what it stands for. It's not a date. It's just a number. It's 1,000 pages long. I had to get permission from the Speaker's office to print it so I could start reading it because I wanted to know what was in it before I passed it. So I wanted to read it. I've also talked to Department of Public Works in my city in Manchester. And to paraphrase him, it's like, why is the legislature meddling in this? Why are you getting involved? We are not safety experts. I'm OSHA 10 certified. Okay, so I sat for 10 hours and I got certified on safety. It doesn't make me an OSHA expert. I'm an insurance agent. I espouse safety on construction sites and in manufacturing plants. I'm not an expert, and none of us are. It belongs with the Department of Labor. Also, technology and other things. Municipalities are doing things on their own. The city of Manchester uses toters now, and the machine picks up to take the trash. It has reduced workers' comp claims by 50% in the city of Manchester. We are utilizing these things. The Department of Labor complains a little bit about not having enough money. They receive funding from workers' compensation policies and other things. And they have an excess of over $3 million a year in their budget that goes to the general fund. Well, we're either overtaxing people or we should utilize the money for safety. We're going to have the argument about overtaxing later. I want the Department of Labor to go back and to do what they were doing. I don't want the legislature every 4 or 5, 10 years to establish safety protocols. That's what the department should do. So this allots a certain amount of money for them to hire some people and go do what needs to be done. There are a lot of other states in this country that have manuals. I got to believe when they go to these conferences all over the country that they can get other manuals and look and see what other states who have updated their safety manuals and bring that to New Hampshire. I think that is the New Hampshire way. That's why I would like you to support my amendment. It's not perfect. It doesn't tell the Department of Labor, you must do this, this, and this. They're already supposed to be doing it. It gives them the money to do it. Thank you very much.
The question is on Amendment 2409H. Division's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is on Amendment 2409H. Representative Soucy is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I believe the safety standards for public sector workers should be updated, And if I know that HB 232 is written to require the Department of Labor to improve these safety standards, and I know that this amendment does authorize 3 additional full-time positions within the Department of Labor. However, if I know that this amendment does not require the department to actually improve safety standards, would I now vote against the amendment by pressing the red button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Infantine is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this amendment appropriates some money to the Department of Labor to be able to update their safety, then would I press the green button? Thank you very much.
The question's on the adoption of Amendment 2409H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Wendy Thomas. Thank you.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 184 in the affirmative, 186 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Sullivan moves Amendment 2429H. And House Record 49, printed on page 58. For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion of tabling.
Representative Turcotte moves that House Bill 232 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats if you left them. Representative Turcotte requests a roll call, which is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The question is on whether to lay House Bill 232 on the table. Representative Sullivan is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill has been worked on for 3 or 4 years now, and if I know that it's been a strong bipartisan effort to make this happen, and if I know that workplace safety is something that should be important to all of us, would I then press the red button to defeat this tabling motion? Thank you.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 232 on the table, and this is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Rich.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 190 in the affirmative, 182 in the negative. House Bill 232 is laid on the table. The Committee on Legislative Administration, in which was referred House Bill 301, an act relative to recusal by members of the General Court for conflicts of interest. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Vanessa Sheehan for the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion.
Have at it.
Would like to lay HB 301 on the table.
Representative Hill moves that House Bill 301 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor? Somebody asked for a division? All right, then, this will be a division vote. Members should be in their seats. Members should be in their seats. We're in the voting mode. The question is whether to lay House Bill 301 on the table, and this is a division vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ames. Representative Morton. Representative Edwards.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? It was a squeaker. The House will attend to the state of the vote. 359 in the affirmative, 13 in the negative. House Bill 301 is laid on the table. The House will now attend to lunchtime announcements. Representatives Plett and Gregg have a lunchtime announcement.
Representative Gregg and I would like you to supplement your lunch in the cafeteria with free coffee and cookies, courtesy of the Greenwich Bridge Legislative Alliance. Figure out what the Greenwich Bridge Legislative Alliance is, see if you want to be involved. Thank you. See you there.
Representative Potenza has a lunchtime announcement.
Stratford County Republicans were having a lunch meeting across the street at the Barley House.
Representative Wilhelm is recognized for lunchtime announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Democrats, we're going to stay here in caucus for about 5 minutes. Thanks.
The House will be in recess until 1:05.
House Bill 313, an act relative to reductions from the default budget for official ballot town meetings. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jim Magliori for the majority. Minority, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Josh Ocala for minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Ocala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the current motion of ITL. I have been on my town budget committee longer than I have been a state rep. And I believe that some of the most impactful work that we can do is to be part of our local town and city government. I represent one town with traditional town meetings and two towns with SB2. One negative of SB2 is the reduced power of the electorate with regard to budgets. How so? In town meetings, you can adjust budgets by up to 10%, which is nominally the same as SB2 municipalities. However, with SB2 municipalities, the default budget is like an anchor for which the further you deviate up or down from the default, the more likely the default is to be chosen by the voters. And the default is chosen by us in Concord, not the municipality. One budget committee member in my town resigned because they determined that the default budget calculation is wholly undermining the committee work of the budget committee in our town. Concord has set the default calculation to be simple. However, that simplicity does not lend itself to accuracy accuracy of the actual need to continue the services. For example, in my town, the administrator tried to set the default budget for the fuel line to be the need for the fuel to heat the town, buildings, and since she knows that inflating the numbers in the budget makes it harder to get those budgets passed. However, I informed her that Concord doesn't allow setting up the default budget to the actual projected cost when there's no contract agreed by the voters and must stay the same request as in the default budget that was passed the prior year. Another this bill does not try to address the forecasting of fuel costs, but a known amount, the cost of the current working staff to provide the government services approved by the voters in the prior year. A cursory glance might lead you to believe that keeping the same amount approved by the voters the prior year would be quite accurate. However, let me give you a couple of examples. Imagine you're hiring a new position and the voters pass the maximum amount that they would like to pay for that, being $150,000. And let's say it passes by the voters and they all agreed to that. Now, if the person is actually hired in the next month and their salary is only $100,000, they work for the entire year, the next default budget comes up, or the next budget process comes up, the budget committee knows it's going to cost $100,000, the select board knows it's going to cost $100,000, the taxpayers know that it's going to cost $100,000. The default budget is still the $150,000 because Concord chose. Another example is if a long tenured employee is getting paid $150,000, retires, and you hire a new employee that is not as experienced, and their pay is only $100,000. They've worked, they're employed in that position. Everyone knows, once again, the taxpayers, the selectmen, everyone knows it's going to cost $100,000 to fulfill those needs of the community. But Concord has decided that it should be $150,000 in the default budget. So just a few weeks ago, I asked my local school board about why a salary line in the default budget was way higher than they were asking for in their proposed budget. When the school, they responded, quote, "The default budget calculation is calculated by taking last year's appropriation and multiplying it by the contractual increase in the CBA. The difference in the proposed budget reflects the actual reduction in salaries and benefits due to turnover. The default cannot be calculated using actual reductions in costs because it's a statutory formula that is based on last year's appropriation. They went on to say, quote, "We are requesting exactly what we need in the proposed budget. The default budget is not a budget request. It's a statutory formula, and the default budget in this case is higher because the cost of the more expensive employees are part of last year's appropriation, which gets carried over in the default budget," unquote. As you know, the passage of municipal budgets is in large part based on the mutual trust between the governing body and the voters. And when the default budget reflects known overstatements in cost and neither the town or the voters can do anything about it, it erodes that trust. And so, for those reasons, I ask you to please vote no on ITL so that we can incorporate the known costs of these current employees into the default budget so that the default budget may more accurately reflect the known needs instead of an overly simplistic one in statute now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions?
Sure.
Member yields. May inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative. Would you believe that in the town of Deerfield, it has been over a decade since we passed a proposed municipal budget, and that in that decade, under default budgets, there have been increases every year that have kept pace with inflation, and we have returned a healthy operating surplus back to the taxpayers under default budgets every year except for one. Would you find that to be interesting?
Thank you for the question. I do find all your anecdotes quite interesting. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Howland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oops. Is that better? A transparent municipal budget. Is that better? All right. Oh, okay. All right. A transparent municipal budget process that engages residents of your community and clearly explains why a budget makes both long-term and short-term sense is essential to building the trust and support that's needed to pass a budget. Unfortunately, there are times when the local governing body and the voters are not on the same page and the budget is rejected and a default is adopted. No community wants to find themselves in this position. It's incredibly challenging. The default budget allows the municipality to continue to operate. It pays the wages or the salaries of the employees, and it meets the contractual obligations of the community, but it strips out any one-time expenditures. For example, like your vehicle replacement program, your capital improvement program, and potentially your road programs are all paused. So the local governing body is faced with trying to come up with a budget over the next year and get the community on board. Again, it's a really challenging process. House Bill 313 makes that challenging process much more difficult by having the state step in and limit the ability of a local municipality to solve their own problems. It states, as was already brought up, that if an employee that is hired before the public hearing of the proposed budget, if their salary is less than the budgeted salary, the default budget would reflect that. So the example would be if we were going to hire a public works director and the salary was $100,000 and the actual salary that we gave to them was $80,000, the default budget would then reflect the $80,000 salary. And the bill alleges that this money is being used to pad the default budget. In reality, every municipality has the ability to use unexpended funds. So If you don't use your fuel, it's a warm winter and you aren't plowing, or an employee costs less than is needed, all of those unexpended funds go into the fund balance. The municipality can then decide whether to use those funds to drive down the tax rate, or, as occurs each year when when the municipality has an audit, some of those funds are held in reserve in case unexpected things come up. The municipal and county government majority felt that House Bill 313 really strips municipalities of the ability to solve their own problems. It dictates how they can spend their funds. Therefore, we recommended that this bill should be inexpedient to legislate. We hope that representatives will support their local control and follow the recommendation of the committee. Thank you. Sorry, division vote. Mr. Speaker, a division vote, please.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient legislation on House Bill 313. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 313. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Power for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill simply includes actual salary and benefit reductions resulting from employee turnover in the list of provisions in statute used to calculate the default budget, and if I know that this will result in a default budget that more accurately reflects the true dollar amount needed to be raised and appropriated through taxation, preventing unnecessary overtaxation of our constituents, would I now vote no to oppose the committee recommendation of ITL and push the red button so that a different motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Gilman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the governing body of a political subdivision of the state must clearly inform the public of what and why there are monetary differences between a proposed budget and a default budget in performing their fiduciary duties, and if I know that every local government has different needs at different times than another, but their voters and residents expect their level of service to remain, and if I know the, quote, commitments, unquote, described in the minority report can hamper those continued services by flattening the capability of hiring, retention, recruitment due to unanticipated retirements, leaves of absence, and market-level competition. Would I then stop this state overreach that mandates the administration of every local government remain static by pressing the green button and voting this bill ITL? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ITL on House Bill 313. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Murray? Representative Gilman? Representative Munz?
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 188 voting yea, 184 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which is referred House Bill 194 FN, an act requiring the Director of the Division of Archives and Records Management to compile and maintain a list of public monuments. Consider the same report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Rosemary Rung for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, be unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Rob Harvard for minority of the committee. Amendment is 0037H, printed in House Record 49, page 57. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Harb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and fellow representatives, I rise in opposition to HB 194. While the minority is not opposed to keeping a record of all monuments in the state, this bill is unnecessary and flawed. Basic definitions are missing, such as the definition of monuments. This can result in significant confusion and different interpretations. Testimony was received that this bill and a list of monuments can be collected from cities and towns and posted on the website. The Director of Division of Historical Resources said via email he could do it now without additional funding. The minority believes this bill, as presented to the House, is not ready for passage. The minority is supportive of the idea of this bill, but the text and content of the bill needs work. Please press the red button so that another motion might be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Germaina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If we only had a nickel for every time someone stood in this well and said that this is a very simple bill, it's right up there with "I'll be brief." But in this case, I really mean it. This is a very, very simple bill to have the state compile and maintain a list of all publicly maintained monuments in the state. And I want to address a couple of the concerns that were just raised by the previous speaker and that were raised in committee. First of all, the bill provides a precise definition of the monuments to be put on this list by stating that these are publicly maintained monuments. Every municipality in the state has a list of monuments that they maintain. And the Division of Historical Resources would simply ask for that list. They would receive the list and would go on the list. So what constitutes a monument is precisely defined by the qualifying term publicly maintained. Second of all, with regard to the necessity of this bill, the testimony by email that my esteemed colleague just referred to, the director of that division also made it crystal clear to the committee that in order for this to be maintained every 10 years, that requires a statutory change. And I think we can all agree with changes in legislatures, changes in directors and other employees at agencies, that it is important, if we want something to be updated and to be maintained, that we make sure that we make proper provision for that. What my hope here with this list as a historian, I would love it if anybody here who wanted to visit all of the war memorials, for example, in the state of New Hampshire, you go to one place on State of New Hampshire website, you can find out where all those war memorials are, and you can travel around the state and see all of those great sites for yourself. And as an educator, I also see this as a valuable tool for us to instill in our students and our young people love of place, love of this great state, of the people, and the cultures of the Granite State. So for all of those reasons, I ask you all to vote OTPA on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Manzullo has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed as amended on House Bill 194. This is a roll call vote. House will be in order. The Chair recognizes Representative Manzullo for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill is seriously flawed and has the distinct possibility of requiring funding to make it viable, and if I know that the Director of Historical Resources supports the bill and has stated that the tasks required could be done by him without legislation and with no additional funding, then we should ITL the bill as it is not needed. Press the red button. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Pettigrew for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know, as a former New Hampshire Teacher of the Year, whose students from Merrimack High School successfully competed against students from across the country in the National History Day competition in Washington, D.C., by utilizing primary source documents, historical sites, and monuments, that this bill will provide a tremendous resource to all students and teachers in New Hampshire. And if I know that it requires no funding, as the Division of Historical and Cultural Resources already has the staffing to do this, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that requiring the department to update the list every 10 years necessitates a change in the statute, would I now press the green button to vote yes to adopt this motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed as amended on House Bill 194. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 194 voting yea, 179 voting nay. Committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to finance. Committee on Resource, Recreation, and Development, to which is referred House Bill 434 FN, an act relative to flying drones in state parks. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Will Darby for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Science and Technology and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 166, an act relative to the elimination of useful thermal energy from renewable energy classes. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Doug Thomas from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Michael Harrington from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suppose I had to start out by saying, what is useful thermal energy? From having discussions with many reps on this, I realize there's a lot of you who have no idea what that term means and what I'm talking about. So if you don't know, think about how many of your constituents know. I would guess the number is pretty close to zero. So how do we get to useful thermal energy in the law? Well, back a few years ago, a wood chip manufacturer had very good lobbyists, and they were able to get a law passed to expand the renewable portfolio standard, which deals with renewable electric production, to include furnaces that burn wood. These are large-scale industrial furnaces that use wood to produce their heat rather than oil or natural gas. There's nothing in here that reduces the use of electricity whatsoever. It simply reduces the use of other forms of heating, which is basically limited to oil and natural gas. And we're talking industrial-sized facilities here. So someone puts in one of these industrial-sized wood-burning furnaces, and for every equivalent megawatt hour of energy they produce, they get a REC, the same as a solar producer gets a REC who produces solar electricity, or someone who produces electricity from wind gets a REC. Now, these RECs have to be bought by the electric utilities. Again, this has got nothing to do with electric production whatsoever, but the electric utilities have to buy these RECs. They're forced by laws to do it, just like they have to buy the RECs that come out of solar energy, small hydro, and wind power. So the electric utilities buy these RECs. What do they do with them? They don't eat the cost. They bury them in rates, and they're passed on to your ratepayers. So again, if you were to go out and ask your constituents, how many people know that my electric bill is higher so I can afford, so someone else gets a subsidy for large industrial wood-burning boilers? And I'm going to say probably no one, unless you happen to have a constituent that owns one of those industrial furnaces. The answer is going to be zero. So here we have a subsidy that's buried in electric rates that has nothing to do with electric production. It doesn't increase electric production. It doesn't reduce it. It has nothing to do with it whatsoever. And it's hidden. It doesn't show up on the bill. This is the perfect example of bad government. We're giving subsidies to special interest groups, and we're having somebody pay for it that don't even know they're paying for it. If people think it's such a great idea to stimulate the wood products industry, that we should have more wood being harvested and give them a subsidy, then let's put it out in the open. Especially members of my party who are always standing up here saying, I'm against this tax, that tax, and all taxes, and taxes theftation. Well, this is a hidden tax. This is one of the worst types you can have. If you want to tax something to give a subsidy to wood manufacturers or furnaces that burn wood, then come out in the open and pass a tax. This is government at its worst. It has nothing to do with electric production. It's just good lobbyists, and they've got this in there, and your electric ratepayers who are always complaining about the rates are paying higher rates that they don't even know to subsidize some large furnace someplace, some company, so they can make more profits by burning wood. And I urge you to push the red button.
Chair recognizes Representative Vos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While my good friend and distinguished colleague from the member from Stratford did not say anything that was wrong, what he neglected to mention was the significant county, municipal, and school district taxpayer savings that result from the renewable energy credits for Class 1 thermal. To give you a few examples, number one, the Rockingham County complex in Rockingham County heats its nursing home, its jails, and all its facilities with wood. The state courthouse, and the County Hill building in Cheshire County also have a wood-fired boiler that they heat their building with. The Compton School District has a wood boiler that heats the Compton Elementary School. The Peterborough Town Library has a biomass thermal heating and cooling system. These are examples of extensive public buildings that generate these thermal wrecks and reduce the cost that taxpayers have to pay to support these facilities. Now, in addition to that, encouraging wood burning supports our forest products industry. And as you'll all recall, in 2023, that industry took a big hit when the Burgess biopower plant was significantly impacted by the veto of a bill that the House passed, and the Senate passed, for that matter. And the governor's veto was upheld. So our committee decided that rather than add insult to injury to the forest industry, that it would be prudent to allow this bill to be judged to be ITL so that taxpayers could continue to enjoy the decrease in their costs that result from the sale of these thermal wrecks. So I urge you to vote green to support the committee position. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Harrington has requested a division. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ITL on House Bill 166. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Harrington for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the ratepayers in, say, Stratford County should not be paying higher electric bills to subsidize the ratepayers in Rockingham County, and if I know that we all talk about transparency in government, and we don't want hidden fees and special interest groups getting paid for money that people don't even know they're spending, would I then vote for transparency? But if I know about voting for transparency in government, I would push the red button.
Chair recognizes Representative Vos for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that county, municipal, and school district taxpayers recognize significant savings by the sale of renewable energy certificates under Class 1 thermal, would I press the green button to back up the committee's report of ITL on this bill? A 19-1 decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ITL on House Bill 166. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Nutting Wong. Representative Juliet Smith. Representative Julie Smith.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to state the vote. 319 voting yea, 53 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred, House Bill 381, Act relative to the Systems Benefits Charge. Having considered the same, report the same. The following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Doug Thomas for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred, House Bill 458, an act relative to participation in the net energy metering by small hydroelectric generators. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Tom Pelagi from committee. The amendment is 2347H, printed in House Record 49, pages 74 through 75. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred, House Bill 609 FN, Act relative to energy facility siting. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Michael votes for the committee. The amendment 2368H, printed in House Record 49, pages 90 through 92. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred, House Bill 631 FN, Act relative to electric utility smart meter gateway devices. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Doug Thomas for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues, and Happy New Year. I rise in opposition to the motion of inexpedient to legislate. There is not a single member of this body, or the body on the other side of the wall, who does not want to do something about the high cost of electricity in our state. It is impacting families and hampering our ability to retain existing businesses, let alone attract new ones. We are all united on that. Where we differ is whether we are willing to enact short-term temporary rate reductions or begin to encourage meaningful investments that will result in long-term sustainable rates for all of us. To those of you who may be inclined to vote in favor of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, understand that this bill will not raise the cost of electricity. On the other hand, a vote to overturn the motion of inexpedient to legislate will give individual consumers an opportunity to save money in the short term and will be a small step towards enabling the smarter management of electric use that saves energy and benefits all of us. The only thing HB 631 does is direct our three regulated utilities, Eversource, Unitil, and Liberty Utilities, to inform their customers that they have the option to purchase a smart meter gateway device. It is then up to each individual consumer to decide whether they want to install one of those devices. Their choice, no mandate. Smart meter gateways are devices installed inside a home or business and are controlled by the home or business owner. They help to monitor electricity consumption, allowing the household or business the opportunity to more effectively manage their energy usage and hopefully reduce their energy costs. HB 631 does not mandate that New Hampshire utilities purchase an inventory of devices. The only thing those utilities are required to do is inform their customers which devices are consistent with best practices and supportive of features needed to run a 21st century grid. The cost to install a smart meter gateway device will be borne by the consumer who chooses to purchase it. There is no cost shifting to any other ratepayer. And there is no requirement that those devices must be installed by the utility. HB 631 specifically says that work can be done by approved contractors. The suggestion made in the House record that installing a smart meter gateway device is like buying a computer with no software support is misleading. The software to measure and record electricity consumption is installed in these devices. Consumers can save money by reducing their energy consumption and shifting their usage to off-peak periods. Those savings accrue to customers whether or not the device is connected to the utility that provides the power to that household or business. All this bill does is encourage the adoption of modern meters so that anyone who is interested in saving money can do so. Most of these devices are also able, through the internet, to connect to utility companies or energy power vendors to manage power consumption. With the right incentives and/or rewards in place, there are significant additional benefits available to utilities from operational efficiency, greater reliability, and customer service gained by managing peak demand and reducing losses and outages. How we achieve those benefits is, quite frankly, a discussion for another day and really not part of this bill. There is nothing in this bill that requires any of our utilities to connect to or support any device their customer chooses to purchase. The only requirement is that Eversource, Unitil, and Liberty Utilities let their customers know what type of meter they can buy if they are interested in doing so. HB 631 was submitted with the knowledge that smarter meters are already standard in some states, and we should be encouraging people to learn what is available if they want to actively manage their own electric bills. We are at a critical juncture in how we address the energy challenges we face. Consumers are looking for ways to reduce their energy costs. Installing smart meter gateway devices will give those who decide to purchase one the opportunity to do so. We also need to more aggressively upgrade our power grid. More advanced state-of-the-art meters are not the only thing we need to do, but they are a small, albeit important, part of the solution. By encouraging our utilities to identify devices that would be most compatible with their plans for future system upgrades now, HB 631 will help to minimize future redundancy and future investment costs. Please join me in voting no on the motion of inexpedient to legislate so that another motion may be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my good friend from Hampton has a good argument, but it reminds me of a movie I saw from My Cousin Vinny when the prosecutor was asked, does it hold water? And the answer was, it does not. What the prime problem is with this bill is that the bill refers to smart meter gateway devices. Smart meter gateway devices are not smart meters. Smart meters come with software and support to make them run and operate, and they're available now through programs offered by Eversource and other utilities. Smart gateway devices are components that will fit into electric meters or other devices to make them operate, and these are not supported by software or programs. They are not offered for support by the electric utilities. So this bill has very good intentions, but there's two things about it. Is it necessary and is it practical? And the answer is it does neither. It is not necessary and it's not practical, and I'll tell you why. Besides RSA 374:62 that does require utilities to inform customers if they are going to install a smart meter, this bill would require utilities to provide a smart meter gateway device upon request. So it stopped being supported by any software. So the analogy of something like a computer without operating system is sort of correct in that you can get a device, you can have it installed in your meter, but there is no support behind it, there's no design behind it, and the utilities do not offer that support. So you have something installed that is relatively useless. Secondly, it's not required because it's not necessary because utilities already offer energy saving programs like smart meters, like smart thermostats that you can get, and you can enroll in their program, and you can begin saving money on energy immediately. So these programs already exist, and the technology that runs these programs is preferred over the smart meter gateway devices. So that's another reason why this bill is not necessary. And again, from a practical point of view, as I mentioned before, the smart meter gateway devices are not supportable. So you're buying something that unless someone designs or a third party designs additional software at some expense, they're not going to work, and the utilities don't provide that support. So, this bill, well-intentioned, but it just doesn't hold water. So the committee heard testimony to this effect and agreed, 11-9, that really, do we need an unnecessary bill that is not practical in order to show people that we are trying to do something to lower costs? I don't think that's the way to show people we're lowering costs. This bill does not do that, and therefore I strongly recommend you support the committee's recommendation of ITL.
Representative Munns requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the committee report of inexpedient legislation on House Bill 631. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Wendy Thomas for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we are all concerned about the high cost of electricity in New Hampshire, and if I know that this bill will have no negative impact on electrical rates, but instead it will direct our 3 regulated utilities to inform their customers of the option to purchase a smart meter gateway device, which is a tool for monitoring usage throughout the day. And finally, If I also know that by using these meters and looking at the results, consumers can save money by reducing their energy consumption and shifting their usage to off-peak periods, would I now save our ratepayers and ourselves a boatload of money by pressing the red button on inexpedient to legislate so that another smarter motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Bernardi for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know requiring a utility to sell a smart meter gateway device without time of service rates available from the utility to make it work is like requiring a manufacturer to sell you that computer that has no operating system. Knowing that, would I push no on and use the green button to record that device?
The motion before us is the committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 631. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Smith.
Will all members present have an opportunity to vote? House will attend to state of the vote. 192 voting yea, 180 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 229FN, relative to a requirement and official declaration of war for the activation of New Hampshire National Guard. This comes without recommendation. Representative Tom Mannion moves ought to pass. Representative Power has a floor amendment. The House will be in order. 0045H. It is in your seat pockets. There is no debate on the floor amendment. Are you ready for the question? Representative Power is recognized to speak to a floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the floor amendment to House Bill 229. Mr. Speaker, in order to fully comprehend this amendment, it is important to understand three key concepts. First, by definition, the National Guard is not a state militia. State militias are distinct from the National Guard in that they serve no federal function. The state of New Hampshire does not have a state militia. Second, the National Guard normally, under state control, becomes part of the Federal Reserve components of the United States Army and the United States Air Force when activated for federal missions. And third, the National Guard operates under 3 different statuses. Title 10 status, which is federally funded and federally controlled under the command and control of the President. Title 32 status, which is federally funded and state-controlled under the command and control of the state or territory governor. And state active duty, which is state-funded and state-controlled under the command and control of the state, territory, or governor. Therefore, the National Guard is under the dual control of the state and the federal governments. Now, this amendment clarifies the definition of active duty combat to include direct combat service in an armed conflict or combat service support employing an instrumentality of war in support of an armed conflict, both being hazardous duties. To be clear, this definition includes frontline service members as well as service members supporting the front lines, both deployed under Title 10. Furthermore, this amendment removes the clause, performance of a duty through an instrumentality of war, as a standalone provision from the definition of active duty combat, where an instrumentality of war is defined as a vehicle, vessel, device, or equipment designated primarily for military service. This change is important since most missions performed by the National Guard are distinct from active duty combat, and they involve the use of instrumentalities of war. Duties that involve the use of an instrumentality of war include most National Guard weekend drills, deployments, training exercises, stateside emergency responses, as well as humanitarian and civic assistance. Such duties also include deployments to provide training and assistance to friendly foreign military units through the National Guard State Partnership Program. To be clear, none of these missions of the National Guard constitute active duty combat, but they do involve the use of instrumentalities of war. And these important missions would be prohibited by the bill without this amendment. Lastly, sections 5 and 6 of the amendment are self-evident in that they simply reaffirm that these non-active duty combat missions are allowed with this amendment. Mr. Speaker, in closing, this amendment makes important and necessary adjustments to the language of House Bill 229. Therefore, I urge my fellow colleagues to vote yes to support the floor amendment and then the bill as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question before the House is the Power Floor Amendment, 0045. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Senator Natasto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand before you with a profound sense of duty. My service in the 82nd Airborne Division as a combat medic, where I was honored with the Combat Medic Badge for treating casualties under fire, shapes my understanding of the gravity of sending our troops into combat. This bill requires the U.S. Congress to formally declare war before deployment of New Hampshire National Guard troops into combat. The United States Constitution gives Congress the power to declare war, in part to ensure that grave decisions were subject to rigorous debate, representative consent, and transparency. This process was designed to prevent unchecked executive power and to guarantee that the will of the people, through their elected representatives, was heard and heeded. By sidestepping this process, Congress is not held accountable for the outcomes and consequences of military engagements. Defend the Guard is not an impediment to our National Guard's capacity to defend our nation and respond to emergencies. Instead, it fortifies the constitutional process, requiring a formal declaration of war by Congress before our troops are sent into combat. This doesn't prevent deployment. It ensures that such a significant decision is made with the full deliberation and authority that only a congressionally approved declared war can provide. Our National Guardsmen can be called into service under two distinct codes, Title 10 and Title 32 of the U.S. Code. Title 10 places our Guardsmen under presidential command for national defense, while Title 32 keeps them under state command, primarily for domestic emergencies. This bill continues New Hampshire's compliance with both. The issue is that Congress has not formally declared war since World War II. Instead, the Authorization for Use of Military Force, AUMF, of 2001 has been used as a blanket justification for military actions worldwide. The AUMF has led to endless engagements with no accountability or oversight from those who initiated it. This is not only a legal misstep, but a moral failure, and it puts our troops and global stability at risk without proper justification or end strategy. Concerns about losing federal funding due to non-compliance with Title 10 and 32 are overstated. As outlined in Section 108 of Title 32, the President has discretion in this and also must provide a time frame for states to address any compliance issues before financial consequences. Moreover, the political reality is that it is improbable for the federal government to withdraw funding from the National Guard, an institution that enjoys widespread public support. No politician will ever advocate to withhold funding to the National Guard. The New Hampshire's government role is not to hold water for the U.S. Congress, but to uphold the principles of the Constitution and protect the interests and rights of its citizens. Allowing Congress to bypass its duty not only undermines the constitutional framework, but it also diminishes the voice and representation of our constituents in matters of war. Defend the Guard resonates deeply with our citizens. Across political divides, I have found unanimous support for this bill. This is a decision that impacts the lives of our servicemen and women and the constitutional integrity of our nation. Before we ask New Hampshire Guardsmen and women to go to foreign lands to kill and be killed, we should first ask Congress to do its job and make a formal declaration of war. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Shurtleff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect for my friend from Derry, and he is my friend, I rise to oppose this bill. When the bill first came to our committee, I got a lot of calls from people in New Hampshire and a few from out of New Hampshire, and the last thing they'd say to me is, and don't forget, veterans support this bill. And let me say, nobody hates war other than those that have lost a loved one more than a veteran. And I haven't fought in a war a long time ago and far away, along with my friend from Haverhill, know that the agonies of war. But I'm a veteran, and I don't support this bill. And that feeling was reinforced when the State Veterans Advisory Council met. For those that don't know, and I know a lot of you do know about the council, it's a state agency. It's chaired by Paul Lloyd, the past commander of the New Hampshire VFW and a real friend of veterans. And it's made up of 20 different veterans organizations, VFW, Korean War vets, American Legion, Vietnam Veterans of America, Military Order of the Purple Heart, and so many others. And that organization, on a vote of 20-0, voted not to support this bill, but to oppose it. Now, this is not a good bill. It's not good for the National Guard. It's not good for New Hampshire. It's not good for our country. And for me, most importantly, it's not good for members on active duty of the armed forces. And I should mention we have a member from the legislature that also serves on the State Advisory Committee and does an excellent job. It's not good for the National Guard because, as I said in my blurb, we get up to $2 billion a year from the Department of Defense. A lot of that goes into planes for the Air National Guard, goes into paying for personnel. It goes into buying the helicopters that we often see on Channel 9 News, bringing somebody down from the mountains who's been injured. It does so much for our state. That could be a jeopardy for our National Guard. Now, someone may speak later and say, oh no, the Pentagon won't take away that $2 billion. They got plenty of money. They'll keep giving it to New Hampshire. Not if you get a National Guard that can't react immediately to a national defense issue. This bill, as I mentioned, is not good for New Hampshire because we do get a lot of services from our National Guard that stay right here in this state and help so much, whether it's engineers or anything else. A lot of that money that goes to support those programs will be gone. It won't be good for our country, and it won't be good for our active duty military. The last time Congress passed the declaration of war was on December 11th, 1941, when our country declared war on Germany 4 days after Pearl Harbor was attacked. And if we learn nothing else from World War II, we learned that this country is no longer a citadel. We do not stand alone and have the Atlantic and the Pacific to protect us from our enemies abroad. If something happens, like in 1950, when North Korea came over the 48th parallel and attacked South Korea, we had to react immediately, and we did, along with the United Nations. We now have a complete nut job running North Korea, Kim Jong-un, who's got a missile that can hit the United States. If he should again decide to attack Korea, we've got to act immediately. When I served in Vietnam, the 197th Field Artillery was stationed there too of the National Guard, and they were only a couple of miles from where I was at Lai Kay, with the 1st Division, 2nd Brigade. They fought with honor and they fought with sacrifice by that unit. I was proud to have them there and partners. Even more so today, when our National Guard is part of that tapestry of United States defense, all the agencies and all the departments weave together as one solid force in defense of our nation. We got some more bills, and we've been here a long time already. I'm going to end now, but I please ask you to vote no on this so another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Tom Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of HB 229, commonly referred to as the Defend the Guard Act. This bill, very simply, requires Congress to formally declare war pursuant to Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution before we will deploy our state National Guard to a foreign combat zone. It does not stop training deployments, natural disaster response, use to repel invasion or quell uprisings. It has been filed in 38 states and is making progress through various legislatures. The fiscal note attached to this bill, a vague puts funding at risk, is the same tired, hollow threat the feds use to bully states into compliance. It's intentionally non-committal because it's nonsense. When filed in Kansas, Defend the Guard was reported accurately as having no fiscal impact. Congressmen Gosser and Massey have spoken in favor of this bill, reminding us that Congress controls the purse strings, and no member would consider defunding a Guard unit. It simply would be political suicide to file an amendment to an appropriations bill defunding a single state Guard, being both a petty act of malice and also making the country weaker. It will not happen. Now, for a bit of history, Congress has not formally declared war since 1942. The War Powers Resolution of 1973 introduced the authorizations for use of military force, which have been the mechanism by which the presidents have executed military operations ever since. This abdication of constitutionally delegated power to the executive branch ultimately led us into forever wars of the last 2 decades. The 2001 AUMF was hastily passed in the wake of 9/11 and was so vastly worded with vague limits on targets, theaters of operation, and no victory conditions that has been the justification for military action in 22 countries. Over the course of the War on Terror, National Guard units made up 45% of the boots on the ground in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria, accounting for 18% of the casualties. Hurricane Katrina's devastation in 2005 was exacerbated by Guard soldiers and equipment that were deployed to Iraq and Kuwait instead of at home protecting their communities. Years later, one of the same missing Louisiana National Guard units, the 256th Infantry Brigade, came under rocket attacks during their deployment to Syria in 2021, where the U.S. is occupying that country's oil fields. The Pentagon will continue to exploit state guard units to bolster their shrinking ranks in these forever wars until the states say enough is enough. Asking people to vote harder in federal elections, to beg our representatives to repeal the AUMFs has been a failing proposition to stop the uniparty war machine for decades. The most recent vote in the U.S. Senate to repeal the 2001 AUMF garnered 10 votes. This is in our hands right now to protect the lives of the servicemen and women in our state and to ensure our Guard remains always ready, always there. I ask you to stand with them, defend the Guard, and press the green button to OTP or HB 229. And, Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call vote.
The House will be in order. Does a member yield to questions?
Thank you, Mr.
May
Speaker.
inquire.
Thank you, Representatives, for taking my question. Last March 29th, we delivered a House proclamation to a National Guardsman here, and he was from Wyndham, and he won Soldier of the Year. He's now stationed over in Kuwait, and would you believe, I was talking to him a week and a half or so ago, and they're all him and his fellow soldiers are very aware of what we're doing here right now, and they have asked for our support.
I do believe that. There's resounding support amongst post 9/11 veterans. There is a disconnect with the SVAC committee that I'm looking to rectify next year with legislation. Thank you.
Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is auto pass as amended in House Bill 229. This will be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Massimilla for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that Title 10 of the U.S. Code outlines the authority of the federal government to activate the reserves, including the National Guard, in time of war or of a national emergency, or when otherwise authorized by law, and that a governor may not withhold consent in whole or part with regards to active duty deployment outside of the United States. And if I know that Congress in 2001 passed the Authorization of the Use of Military Force Act, which empowered the President to use all necessary and appropriate force against nations, organizations, and persons dealing in acts of international terrorism against the United States, and that the AUMF Act has been used to activate combat activities against terrorist groups abroad without a declaration of war for the past 19 years. And finally, Mr. Speaker, although I believe HB 229 is well intended, as we all want to keep our New Hampshire National Guardsmen out of harm's way, but I also know that the Department of Military Affairs and Veterans Services oppose this bill, and that it would create a conflict between the state and federal laws and the supremacy clause of the United States Constitution, and can only be resolved at the federal level. Would I now press the red button to against the OTPA? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Reed for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know members of Congress have reaffirmed that Congress certainly will not take the unprecedented move of defunding a state guard unit, and certainly not the committee chaired by one of New Hampshire's own senators, and certainly not for New Hampshire affirming that it should be Congress and not one man, one person who makes the dire last resort decision to send the National Guard into overseas war. And if I know that we have spent over 2 decades, thousands of lives, and trillions of dollars to enrich oil companies and defense contractors while destabilizing the Middle East and souring an entire generation against the United States. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that, as the name implies, the place for the National Guard is here, at home, guarding the nation, where they will be available to help us during the next pandemic or natural disaster or civil unrest, would I now then press the green button to defend the Guard who defends us?
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 229. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. The House will be in order. With 187 voting yea, 182 voting nay, the committee report is adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
May I request that the debate on that bill be placed in the permanent journal? The debate on the previous bill, may it be placed in the permanent journal, please?
Without objection. All right, 229, the bill that was just voted on, is going to finance. Majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 375 FN, Act relative to licensure of non-resident aliens temporarily residing in New Hampshire. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Ted Gorski from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative George Sykes from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Sodi.
I'd like to make a motion
To state your motion.
to table HB 375.
The motion is to table HB 375. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. This will be a division on the tabling motion.
So he'll do a PI again. Hold on. Yep, you're right. It's all right. So he'll do a PI against. So Tom will do a PI for.
Yeah.
The motion before us is tabling of House Bill 375. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill has a major flaw and that was recognized at our public hearing, if I know that the major flaw actually would be harmful to the people this bill seeks to benefit rather than help them, and Mr. Speaker, if I also know that it's not the habit of this House to send bills with major flaws to the other side of the wall before we fix them, would I now press the green button?
Chair recognizes Representative Sykes for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, if I know that as you consider the question of tabling this bill, several relevant points might be considered and should be considered. And furthermore, I know that the Transportation Committee retained this bill last year because of the sense that there was a problem and that we should work on a solution. And finally, if I know that this bill might have come to the floor on a different day, as ought to pass, and it's an important principle, I repeat, it's an important principle of this legislature that a bill's merits should have a debate on the floor. What I now ask, you allow that floor vote by voting against the tabling motion and allowing a short one-on-one debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us is to table House Bill 375. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 185 voting yea, 179 voting nay. House Bill 375 is laid on the table. Majority Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 570, Act relative to real ID compliant New Hampshire driver's licenses. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Thomas Walsh from the majority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to table House Bill 570.
Senator Walsh moves to table House Bill 570. A division has been requested. Members, stay in your seats and take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 570. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Walsh for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Department of Safety, through the Department of Motor Vehicles, has already adopted the requirements from the Real ID Act that they saw prudent and responsible, which makes this bill unnecessary, would I now press the green button?
Chair recognizes Representative Vayu for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that there are other important aspects to the Real ID that have not been considered that we should debate here today, would I now hit the red button to defeat the tabling motion so we can discuss this issue further? I'll try to do it again. If I know that there are issues around the Real ID law that need to be addressed, in 2025, the regular driver's licenses will no longer be valid for federal purposes at airports. It's important that we have this debate now. Would I now hit the red button to defeat the tabling motion? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 570. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Love.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 187 voting yea, 180 voting nay. House Bill 570 is laid on the table.
Here we go. These are two amendments. We're going to talk about those unless we overturn each. Perfect. So, 1, 2, 3.
At the beginning.
1, 2, 3. Spilsbury, bad science.
Got it.
The majority of the Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 121FN, an act relative to worldwide combined reporting for unitary businesses under the business profits tax. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Walter Spilsbury for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Thomas Schomburg for the minority of the committee. The questions on the majority committee report of inexpedience to legislate. Representative Schomburg is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come before you to ask for your help to right a wrong. Some will try to complicate this, but it's really very simple. Under our current business profits tax structure, BPT, foreign companies doing business in New Hampshire get a pass under a provision known as Water's Edge. But New Hampshire businesses must pay the full tax. Our tax laws put our own companies, our own neighbors, at a competitive disadvantage to foreign competitors. Now, that's just not my opinion. The New Hampshire Supreme Court wrote in a 1999 decision that, and I quote, "The Water's Edge provision was adopted for the benefit of foreign businesses." In a deal with then British Prime Minister Maggie Thatcher, the U.S. and foreign governments essentially threatened the states into adopting Water's Edge provision. Since 1986, when New Hampshire adopted Water's Edge, domestic businesses have operated under an anti-competitive and unequal tax burden compared to foreign enterprises. Even before the U.S. government began pushing states to adopt Water's Edge in the mid-1980s, then Treasury Secretary James Baker wrote that, I quote, "If a foreign-only solution were adopted, it could reasonably be argued that domestically controlled businesses were thereby disadvantaged." Prior to 1986, New Hampshire operated under what is known as worldwide combined reporting. It was supposed to require all companies, domestic and foreign, to transparently report all activities worldwide so that an accurate tax liability for activities in New Hampshire could be determined. But for some reason, the New Hampshire Department of Revenue Administration in the early 1980s chose not to enforce the law against foreign companies. My esteemed colleagues on the other side recognized in the 2023 Commission report on this issue to the Ways and Means Committee that the DRA's policy was discriminatory and probably unconstitutional, never mind that it ignored state law. But in adopting Water's Edge, we simply codified that discrimination. House Bill 121 will right that wrong, leveling the playing field in business taxation. And the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy found that ending Water's Edge and enacting worldwide combined reporting could increase state revenue by $177 million annually with no impact on New Hampshire businesses or taxpayers. With the pressures facing property taxpayers and public schools, why wouldn't we end this anti-competitive practice? But by a narrow 10-9 margin, Ways and Means Committee recommends that House Bill 121 is inexpedient to legislate. They want you to vote to continue protecting foreign companies from taxation at the expense of New Hampshire businesses. You're probably asking, why vote to change a tax policy called Water's Edge tax method that from 1986 is the largest single generator of state tax revenue through the business profits tax each year? The most important value we all strive for in our legislature is equal treatment under the law for our citizens. Equal treatment is not just the overriding principle of taxation policy in Ways and Means. It is the guiding light of the rule of law in a democracy. Present domestic companies and businesses in the Granite State must fully document sales activities and pay their full tax liability under the Water's Edge policy, while the same tax policy permits foreign enterprises to escape such documentation and full tax liability, which is clearly anti-competitive and obviously discriminatory. It is now a moral and legal decision that each of us must make on this ITL recommendation, but one fully in keeping with our belief in free and fair competition. I also know a vote for the ITL motion today, which is a vote to punish New Hampshire businesses to protect foreign ones, is a vote that will be remembered come November. We need to promote our value system of equal treatment under our New Hampshire Constitution by pushing the red button so we may introduce a non-discriminatory bill, House Bill 121, Worldwide Combined Reporting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for a roll call vote.
Representative Lee, please recognize to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard it said that New Hampshire state reps aren't the most imaginative people. But I'd like you to use your imagination for a moment. After a long day at the State House, not exactly a stretch of the imagination, you deserve a treat. So you get in your car, before you get in your car, you walk across the street to Revelstoke for a mocha latte. It's $6, but you've earned it, and it's delicious. The next day, after another long day in the State House, you've earned another treat, but you forget to get it before you get to your car. So you stop by that new Starbucks in the Market Basket parking lot. You get another mocha latte, and it's another $6, but it's also delicious. Now, to be clear, you actually pay $6.51 for each $6 mocha because you pay an 8.5% room and meals tax, which goes straight to the state coffers. That tax is transparent. Right there on the receipt, and it's the same whether you pay it at Revelstoke or at Starbucks. But what about business profits tax, the BPT? Do Revelstoke and Starbucks pay the same business profit tax on that $6 latte? They should, right? Assuming for the sake of argument that their labor, lease, paper, and other costs are the same, we would assume that when these two companies pay their New Hampshire BPT, they would pay the same amount, right? It would only be fair. But that's not what happens. Because while Revelstoke sends the taxes on their profits across the street, the profits from that Starbucks 500 yards away travel halfway across the globe before any taxes on them make it to Concord. I'm not just talking about a trip to Starbucks HQ in Seattle. I'm talking about an accounting junket to tax havens like Ireland, Switzerland, and the Netherlands. While Revelstoke declares $2 of profit when they make $2 on a latte, Starbucks doesn't do that. They pay a shell company in the Netherlands for the intellectual property rights to use the Starbucks logo and name, because that's where intellectual property taxes are lowest. Tax havens around the world cater to these multinationals, charging them extremely low taxes on specialized financial transactions to transfer profits to themselves, enabling them to avoid taxes due to the places they actually make their money. So by the time they're done transferring profits around the world to wherever the tax policy costs them the least, multinationals like Starbucks can actually declare a loss on that mocha sold here in Concord and thus avoid paying any tax due on that profit. This means that Revelstoke and its one store here in Concord is shouldering the load for multinationals like Starbucks with its 29 stores across the state. And if Revelstoke is paying 15 cents on every single latte in New Hampshire, and Starbucks is shielding their profit from that tax, then Starbucks is really making 15 cents more per latte, even when they're charging the same price and have the same costs. That's 15 cents per latte that Starbucks can use to outcompete Revelstoke. Having a hard time hiring? Starbucks can outpay Revelstoke. Economy getting tight? Starbucks can lower their prices. Getting the vibe that people really want to buy local? Starbucks could launch a marketing campaign saying how good they are for the local economy, while sending their profits to the Netherlands to avoid paying local taxes. This is not free and fair competition. Article 83, Part 2 of the New Hampshire Constitution says, and I quote, "Free and fair competition in the trades and industries is an inherent and essential right of the people and should be protected against all monopolies and conspiracies which tend to hinder or destroy it. The size and functions of all corporations should be so limited and regulated as to prohibit fictitious capitalization, and provision should be made for the supervision and government thereof. Therefore, all just power possessed by the state is hereby granted to the general court," that's us, "to enact laws to prevent the operations within the state of all persons and associations and all trusts and corporations, foreign or domestic, and the officers thereof who endeavor to raise the price of any article of commerce or to destroy free and fair competition in the trades and industries through combination, conspiracy, monopoly, or any other unfair means. To control and regulate the acts of all such persons, associations, corporations, trusts, and officials doing business within the state. To prevent fictitious capitalization and to authorize civil and criminal proceedings in respect to all the wrongs herein declared against." End of quote. On December 7th, 2022, we, all of us here, swore an oath to uphold the New Hampshire Constitution. So when we expect local companies to pay their taxes on the profits they make here in New Hampshire, but we enable large multinational companies like Starbucks and their teams of creative accountants and lawyers to avoid paying those same taxes on the very same profits, we are failing to do the job we were elected to do. Our constituents are drowning in property taxes, and everybody running for office talks about how important small businesses are to our communities and to our economy. If we want to continue to be a state without an income tax, without a broad-based sales tax, and still function as a state, we cannot continue to let these multinationals play three-card Monte with New Hampshire's money. That's why it's time to end the current tax policy that lets multinationals avoid taxes on profits they make here in New Hampshire, while undercutting our small businesses like Revelstoke in the process. It is time for us to stand up for ourselves, stop letting these multinationals steal our lunch money, and put an end to the unfair Water's Edge tax policy. Please push the red button to defeat the ITL so another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Final speaker on the bill, and members reminded a roll call was requested, so maybe start finding your way back to your seats. Representative Spilsbury is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm feeling a little disadvantaged with all of these empty seats, so I feel disadvantaged with all the empty seats. There's been a lot of soaring rhetoric. I'd like to bring this back down and anchor it in the practicality of having workable tax law. So before explaining why you should all vote to ITL HB 121, I want to review that history you heard. The federal government began taxing business income in the early 1930s. They require reporting of income generated in the United States. They deal with multinationals by requiring that any intra-corporate transfer payments be adjusted if necessary to reflect arm's length pricing, so that it dissuades and through audit perhaps prevents shifting profits to lower tax foreign jurisdictions. That arm's length method is what the IRS has used uninterrupted since business income tax was instituted in the early 30s. New Hampshire adopted the business profits tax at the beginning of the 1970s and followed the arm's length method. But in a wave, a trend, by the early 1980s, New Hampshire was one of about a dozen to 15 states that adopted worldwide combined reporting. The theory of worldwide combined reporting is that you can neutralize or capture any ostensibly abusive transfer payments to and from foreign affiliated entities by telling a corporation to report to the state of New Hampshire 100% of its worldwide activity, all of its sales, all of its profits, in as many countries as it operates in, through as many affiliated corporations as it has, sometimes in the hundreds, regardless of whether it's upstream or downstream to a parent corporation or a subsidiary. Well, it sounds interesting, but in practice, it was never enforced. This regime in the early 80s caused major international objections, serious diplomatic problems, and drew the continuous attention of the Reagan administration, its Department of Treasury, and a major task force. The result of the pressure from the federal government, as well as a rash of litigation that rose to the United States Supreme Court twice, was that states were encouraged to get rid of worldwide combined reporting. Now just imagine what the burden on a multinational corporation would be under worldwide combined reporting. And by the way, it does not make a difference whether it's a US-based corporation doing business overseas or a foreign-based corporation doing business here. And the suggestion that they're treated differently under current law is just simply wrong. As long as you sell something in New Hampshire, but you also sell something somewhere elsewhere outside the United States, you would be drawn in to these extraordinarily cumbersome reporting obligations. So it's for those kinds of reasons that in 1986, the New Hampshire legislature repealed worldwide combined reporting and imposed water's edge limitations. And that's now been the law for 38 years. What the water's edge limitation does is it allows for us to ask unitary businesses operating amongst the states to declare all of their activity in the United States. But that's actually an enormous convenience because it aligns our reporting requirements with those of the Internal Revenue Service. So when a business, US-based or foreign-based, files its tax return with the IRS, that's the point of departure for now preparing a New Hampshire business profits tax. So why, after 38 years, are we supposed to be motivated to go back to something that every state abandoned? There is no state that applies worldwide combined reporting. And if New Hampshire were to adopt HB 121, we would be reaching far beyond what the Internal Revenue Service asks for. It's actually difficult to even explain how complicated that could get. But I can tell you that I used to work for a multinational shipping company operating in 78 countries. And my personal tax return, because I lived in the Netherlands for a couple of years, was about that big. So you can only imagine. You've been told that HB 121 is simple. The only thing simple about it is the statement of its intent. There is nothing simple about it from the standpoint of implementation, from the standpoint of compliance, from the standpoint of monitoring or audit or enforcement. We're dealing with companies that are operating in a host of countries whose legal systems are entirely different, whose tax regimes are entirely different, whose accounting standards don't bear any relation to ours, whose languages are different, whose currencies are different. Do not be swept in with the idea that this is somehow an easy solution. It may be true that transfer pricing can be used in abusive ways, but there are initiatives on the international level through the OECD with our State Department, and they have made progress. Part of the progress was in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act when the corporate tax rate was reduced from 36% to 21%. Corporations now have far less incentive to shift profits overseas. Part of it has been dealt with through the GILTI rules. Very arcane, I won't get into it. But when you're told that we need to reinstate worldwide combined reporting to level the playing field, or to eliminate unfair practices, you're getting a distorted presentation. As it stands right now, a New Hampshire-based domestic company that does business only in New Hampshire just has to file what it did here in New Hampshire. A multi-state corporation has to file what it does in 50 states in order to make its presentation to New Hampshire. Every other corporation is simply protected from having to declare their worldwide operations. So I could go on. I'll just say that if this was not complicated, if this was simple, the Ways and Means Committee would not have punted. It would not have gone to a statutory commission. The statutory commission would not have written a 16-page report with all kinds of appendices and a bibliography of dozens and dozens and dozens of scholarly articles, court cases, and essays. The commission wouldn't have voted 6-1 to kill this bill. So be practical. If this bill is passed, I predict we will spend years digging ourselves out of a quagmire of repercussions.
Does the member yield for a question? You may inquire, Representative Platt.
Thank you for taking my question, Representative Spilsbury. If we were to adopt worldwide reporting, would it result in an increase in revenues, a decrease in revenues, or a crapshoot?
The correct answer is C, crapshoot. It would depend entirely on whether the profits overseas were lower or greater, which could vary by company and could vary for a company from year to year. We have no way to know.
Before we move on, I want to take a moment. I probably annoyed a couple of people by doing an experiment. There was a complaint about noise and I did nothing. I didn't react because I wanted to see. Well, I wanted to learn, and I did. I wanted to learn if there was one particular group over the other. I wanted to see if the level was proportional at all to the length of the speech. Here's what I found. Started out kind of quiet. If you get like 5 minutes in, not that it is an excuse, but then it starts to get loud. And I did notice that one side was noticeably quieter than the other. I'm not going to name the culprits. I just want to remind you all, if you were sitting there listening quietly and respectfully, thank you. And if you weren't, you may be the one down here one day struggling to be heard. Representative Schomburg requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question before the House is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 121. Representative Shurtleff is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire's current tax law permits foreign companies doing business in New Hampshire to evade the business profits tax, and if I know that this discriminates against New Hampshire-based businesses, putting them at a competitive disadvantage and making them pay more than their fair share. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that making foreign companies pay their fair share of business taxes will produce more revenue for our state, potentially up to $177 million annually, with no impact on New Hampshire businesses or taxpayers, would I now press the red button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Janegian is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that no other state mandates worldwide combined reporting, and if I know that the commission that studied this issue voted 6-1 against recommending worldwide combined reporting, and if I further know that the implementation of combined worldwide reporting would be a huge difficulty for businesses and actually make New Hampshire less competitive, thereby potentially lowering business profits because companies would do less business in New Hampshire. And finally, if I know that the New Hampshire Department of Revenue Administration would have a very difficult time ensuring compliance and auditing, would I support the ITL motion and press the green button? Thank you.
The question before the House is a majority committee report of an expedient to legislate on House Bill 121, and this is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 192 in the affirmative, 176 in the negative. The report is adopted. Love it. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 450 FN, an act relative to removing the net operating loss deduction limit on taxable income under the business profits tax. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Walter Spilsbury for the committee. The amendment is 2272H, printed in House Record 49 on page 74. Questions on the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. The question is now on the motion ought to pass with amendment. Ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. And the report is adopted. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which is referred House Bill 494 FN, an act relative to fees collected under the New Hampshire fertilizer law. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Susan Almy for the committee. The amendment is 2342H, printed in House Record 49 on pages 79 and 80. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. The question now is on the motion of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for that question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred Senate Bill 112 FN, an act relative to parimutuel pools and historic horse racing. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Fred Duchette for the committee. The amendment is 2444H, printed on House Record 49 on pages 110 to 111. Questions on the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. The question is now on the majority report of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred Senate Bill 190 FN, an act relative to advanced deposit account wagering. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Fred Duchette for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Susan Almy for the minority of the committee. Questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. The House will now consider bills removed from the consent calendar. All right. The Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 499 FN, an act requiring the rules of evidence to apply in family court cases and relative to the admission of certain evidence in family court proceedings. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Mark Pearson for the committee. Representative Holes recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why would I take a 16-0 bill off consent? It's a good question. It's worth asking. Sure. Is that better? Yeah. Thank you. Why would I take a bill that's a 16-0 committee recommendation off consent? It's a question worth asking. The blurb in the House calendar is actually longer than the text of the bill. The text of the bill is short. So short it's 2 sentences. I'll read it in its entirety so people understand what they're voting on. The court shall admit any evidence or testimony in any form offered by the respondent in a family division case which the respondent believes will be favorable to his or her case. Second sentence. In all proceedings before the judicial branch, family division, the court shall apply the New Hampshire rules of evidence to enhance the predictable, orderly, fair, and reliable presentation of evidence. Sounds reasonable. In fact, our Constitution speaks to this, but before I can get to that, I want to read 2 articles out of Part First. Freedom of speech. The freedom of deliberation, speech, and debate in either house of the legislature is so essential to the rights of the people that it cannot be the foundation of any action, complaint, or prosecution in any court or place whatsoever. I'll explain why I bring that up in a minute. Second constitutional principle that is worthwhile. Rights of the accused, Part 1st, Article 15. No subject shall be held to answer for any crime or offense until the same is fully and plainly, substantially and formally described to him, or be compelled to accuse or furnish evidence against himself. Every subject shall have the right to produce all proofs, not some, not most, it's all proofs that may be favorable to himself, or to meet witnesses against him face to face, and to be fully heard in his defense by himself or his counsel. I can go on, there's more to that article. It's an important article. So I'm going to go back in history a little bit as a dad. A little over 2 years ago, one of my children was having some medical issues. We did appropriate due diligence as parents to treat said medical issues. We went and saw we went to the emergency room. We saw several other doctors. I had a nurse who believed we were doing the wrong thing and made a mandatory phone call to DCYF. I remember that day quite well because I get a phone call from a 603-271 phone number that I don't know. And it's a DCYF employee demanding that my child go immediately to the emergency room. Now, mind you, that same child had been released from the emergency room 5 or 6 days earlier and had been released to go home by the nurse that morning. She changed her mind. I told the DCYF employee, because I knew more about the medication than the nurse, that I don't think her analysis is correct. I'm pretty certain it's faulty. Her analysis is fundamentally flawed for numerous medical reasons. and I could easily describe those. So no, there's no need to go to an emergency room. But I will gladly go to a doctor of my choice anywhere in the state if you need me to go get this opinion confirmed. No, that wasn't good enough. We need to see your child in an emergency room right now. Imminent danger of coma or death. I'll say that again. Imminent danger, imminent being the key word, of coma or death. Mind you, that child is healthy, well, and doing well at home right now. So imminent danger of coma or death is probably a little bit of an exaggeration. This then went into the typical process that parents see if they're accused of neglect or abuse by a state agency, in this case DCYF. There's a hearing at a court. That's a good thing. We had one of those about a week later. Between the initial accusation and the court hearing, which was on a Thursday, my son saw 2 additional doctors on Friday. DCYF spoke with one of those doctors and had a video phone call with my son and my wife. And they still continued to push for removal of him from the home a week later. Imminent danger of coma or death. So we get to this first hearing at the court, and we agree to an order that the judge signs off that was mutually agreed to by all parties. I won't read the entire order. It was written by hand. But I will read 2 or 3 key lines. The ex parte order issued in this matter is amended as follows. DCYF shall not seek placement outside the home until further court order. Child shall remain with his parents. I'm going to go on. The last one is the most important, right above the signature of the judge. The scheduling of said hearing, meaning the first preliminary evidentiary hearing, shall account for the availability of the father's medical witnesses, all of whom shall be able to testify telephonically. Not most, not some, all of whom shall be able to testify telephonically. December 16th. Christmas rolls around, there's lots going on. Unfortunately, the court and the department can't meet the statutory requirements to have a follow-up hearing in the right amount of time, so it's January 21st before we're back in court again. One would think I would have time to have, at the next hearing, the emergency room doctor who saw my son the day after the initial accusation to come testify, because I was just told he would be allowed to testify. So I paid an emergency room doctor to sit in the hallway at the Concord City Courthouse. Unfortunately, he didn't get a chance to testify. So we get to that 21st order, and I'm going to read another court order. The following orders, and this is coming out of the hearing on the 21st, the following orders are entered following this hearing. A couple different things. The case will be scheduled for a 3-hour preliminary hearing in which each side will proceed by offers of proof and cross-examination and the pro-offered witnesses. Each side will have 1.5 hours to present their case, including cross-examination. I would think I would get a chance to bring in my medical witnesses at that point. I have a pharmacist. I have several medical doctors who are all being paid to be there to present their evidence, some of whom have seen my son in person, some of whom have not, all of whom are experts relative to toxicology, of various medical products. Judge rules in that hearing, nope, I've made up my mind. I'm not going to let you go ahead and offer your witnesses. I've decided you're already guilty enough that we should proceed to the next hearing, which is scheduled almost 2 months later, a month and a half later. My point in all of this is the judges don't even follow their own orders. Literally, same judge, same courtroom, same personnel involved on all parties, and the judge who issued the order doesn't follow his own orders. The system's broken. Maybe going to children and family law was the wrong place, meaning that this is about the judicial process, not just the children and family law process. There are people in this room who have much greater expertise relative to the to the courts that might be able to weigh in on what is the right process. I think it is worthwhile considering that there are a lot of families who are subject to accusations by the state government who are now respondents, who have limited means, who are put in situations where they're not able to respond, who should have some reasonable rules to work with so they understand and can expect the department, who has effectively unlimited resources, to turn in evidence ahead of time so they can respond to it, who can turn in witnesses ahead of time so they can respond to it. I agree with the chairman's report that the language there needs work. I am fully prepared to work on that language. I think given where we are right now and our House rules, an amendment could not be offered between earlier this week and now. I would move to table this so that an amendment can be drafted between various parties so that we can discuss this at our next session. Mr. Speaker, is that motion in order?
He was recognized to speak. It is not appropriate for him to make a motion to table at this time.
You were recognized to speak, so making a motion is not appropriate because then you would be speaking twice, technically, and there are others to speak.
Okay.
For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion.
I'm just telling you, that's our practice.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for humoring me on a longer than normal speech. I just spoke with the chairman, and he would like to share his thoughts on the bill, but we will work towards some effort. Somebody can make a motion to table this. Thank you, everybody.
Representative Mark Pearson is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Children and Family Law Committee unanimously voted this bill inexpedient to legislate, and we did it for two reasons. Number one, Sections 1 and 2 of the bill contradict each other. Section 1 says the family court shall admit any evidence or testimony in any form offered by the respondent in a court case. Section 2 says that in all proceedings, the court shall apply the New Hampshire Rules of Evidence. I've read the book entitled Rules of Evidence. It's 280 pages long. I've read it 4 times. What is stated in this Rules of Evidence book gives the judge considerable latitude and offers suggestions as to when the judge would wisely deny the acceptance of certain evidence. So, which is it? Section 1, the judge must admit anything, or Section 2, the judge, following the rules of evidence, may decide not to admit something. The two sections contradict. The second reason we unanimously voted ITL has to do with many of the complaints made to the Special Committee on the Family Division of the Circuit Court. This special committee comprises 5 members from Children and Family Law and 5 members from the Judiciary Committee. In the 14 hours of public testimony, we heard many complaints that trials were taking too long and decisions were being pushed too far out because too many pieces of evidence were being admitted. If the bill before us is signed into law, there's no restriction on what the respondent in a trial may offer. How long will the trials go on for now? Now, another piece of evidence that builds the case is different, and my friend, I think, gave some reasons why he could argue what he wanted heard added to the case. But if it's not adding to the case, the judge should have the right to say, no, the trial's going on too long. Additionally, many testified before us that the people were offering as evidence statements that had little probative value but were introduced simply to tarnish the character of the other person. In other words, a statement was offered that added nothing to helping the judge to decide guilt or innocence, but the statement was made to drag somebody else through the mud. If the respondent's proffered evidence must be accepted according to Part 1 of this bill, we can only imagine the additional amount of mud that will be flinged. However, I believe there is validity to what lies in the background of this bill. That is to say, the complaint a judge or two may lean too heavily on one side or the other in admitting or refusing to admit a piece of evidence. That's why the amendment offered to the other bill about evidence that we voted on by unanimous, I think it was, voice vote yesterday, said this: if a judge denies a piece of evidence over an objection, or if the judge refuses a piece of evidence over the objection, the judge shall place in the trial record the reason why he or she decided that way. I will stipulate that judges have good reasons for what they do. And if they do, it is not unreasonable to ask them to put it in writing. Court administrative supervisors would then review what judges wrote in the trial notes, especially if complaints are lodged against a certain judge. Possibly, they might conclude a given judge might need some continuing education. This, I believe, speaks to my friend's objections as to how his case was handled. So, I'd like two things. Number one, I'd like this body to vote ITL, and number two, I will or somebody else can move the table so my friend and I can square a circle here and get justice for everybody. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, why were you rising?
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
I move to table.
Representative Sweeney moves that House Bill 499 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to lay House Bill 499 on the table, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Leon.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 200 in the affirmative, 164 in the negative. House Bill 499 is laid on the table. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 47F, Chairman of Finance waives the second committee referral of House Bill 229.
I have a motion. I have a motion. I just want to put the remarks
For what reason does a member rise?
to make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
I would move that we put the remarks of the last debate in the permanent journal.
Without objection, so
you.
ordered. The Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 144FN, an act restoring firearm ownership rights to ex-felons, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jonathan Stone for the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
I rise to make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead. Everybody's doing it.
I move that we lay House Bill 144 on the table.
Representative Roy moves that House Bill 144 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. Yeah, we're going to have to clarify that. Nobody in, nobody out. Members should be in their seats. Clarification vote. There are no PIs on a clarification vote. All right. This is to clarify the previous vote. If you're in favor of laying House Bill 144 on the table, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Heath. Thank you. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien. Representative Stephen Boyd. Up or down? Thank you.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 149 in the affirmative, 209 in the negative. Tabling fails. Representative Gerhardt's recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, everyone. I'll make this very, very quick. So, as some of you may know, I spent 12 and a half years in federal prison for helping an elderly couple resist taxation because it's theft. But no, they refused to stand down, and it was a 10-month standoff, so I got caught up in that. But the reason I'm up here now is that I'm not alone. There are a lot of people in the state who are ex-felons who are not able to get their firearm rights back. Now, you could say, well, state felons can get their firearms rights back by appealing to the governor, but that's not always possible if you have restitution. So, for instance, a friend of mine, she lives in Manchester and she owes over $200,000, and she cannot get her firearms rights back until she pays the restitution. And if we, as we said today, we have equal rights and we respect the rights that God gave us, one of which is to defend our lives, our liberty and property, families and property, I believe that this is a huge injustice when this bill would restore firearm rights to non-violent felons. I understand there's people out there that should not own guns, and some of those people are in government. But the point being is that we need to delineate who is truly a danger. And I don't feel that I'm a danger. I think the people that sit next to me don't feel that way, maybe. So I put this bill forward, and as an example to some, let's say on the other side, let's think about the January 6th guys. Now, personally, I think that was a complete entrapment scheme, but when they get home now, they will never be able to get their firearms rights back. They're federal felons, and I can guarantee you, yeah, but...
The House will be in order.
No, that's a fair point. I get how you feel that they're the enemies of the system, but let's think about Black Lives Matter. Do Black lives really matter if we're keeping them from ever owning guns again? You know what I mean? We got to kind of be on an equal par here. We got to kind of figure out what's important. So, and let me just run through briefly, real quickly, just a couple non-violent federal felonies that might surprise you. So let's say fraud. That a person who commits fraud 20 years ago should never be able to defend himself or his family. Filing a false lien against a judge or a federal official. You know, like selling weed or drugs. And then we have perjury. I think most of the people in Congress have committed perjury multiple. But anyway, so these people will never be able to get their firearms rights back. And I think it's hypocritical and dangerous. We're creating a two-tiered society with second-class citizens. And if you think that somebody that you push off into the corners is all of us going to sudden, going to bow down to and want to be part of this society, they're not. That's what we have in Concord right now. All these homeless people run around. They've created an alternate society. So I believe we need to bring people back, and I think forgiveness is key for the January 6 people or for the Black Lives Matter rioters. I think we got to kind of say, okay, you know what? We made some mistakes, and historically that's already happened. So we had Shays' Rebellion. After the revolution, some farmers out in Massachusetts decided they didn't feel like paying back some suspect taxes, so they started a rebellion. And afterwards, John Hancock, the first governor of Massachusetts, he pardoned them all. And they were going to break into a federal armory and get some guns. It wasn't some kind of, waving flags kind of thing. But forgiveness is really how we're going to get back. This whole bridging the divide is not going to happen by yelling at somebody and hoping they're going to acquiesce. So that's why I brought the bill forward, and I'm just doing this to get a roll call to figure out if people really do believe in gun rights and human rights. So thanks. I call for a roll call if that didn't go through. Thank you.
Representative Stone's recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to make this very short, concise, and to the point. Our committee heard a lot of testimony in regards to this issue, both at subcommittee level and regular committee level. It needs to be brought up that currently under RSA 651.5 is an annulment process that we have had codified in our RSAs for some time that provide provisions for felons to get their firearms rights back. If we have due process to take someone's rights away, we should have due process to return them. That gives the judge the opportunity to look at the record, look at the individual, notice all the parties involved, and then make an educated decision at his level or her level to reinstate firearms rights is a byproduct of the annulment. And it also applies to misdemeanors. That's how you get your rights back to possess firearms. One of the bigger issues that we have is you cannot have a state law that oversees federal law. We have federal laws and convictions. We do not have the authority to annul those at the state level. The federal system has no annulment mechanism. That includes the Military Code of Justice as well. They have no mechanism for annulment. We have jurisdiction over state-level offenses, and that's probably where it should be. Unfortunately, the feds have never decided to have annulment. And with that being said, I would urge you to really think about having a due process mechanism to reinstate individuals' rights to possess firearms. It's much cleaner. It keeps everybody on the same page. I just can't fathom having, oh, it's 7 years and 1 minute, now I can have a firearm without going before justice to have my rights reinstated, and to have that taken out of the NICS screen, which everybody utilizes. In addition, there is no state licensed firearm dealer. It's federal. A federal firearms dealer would still be prohibited from doing business with any convicted felon who's seeking to purchase a firearm unless their state charges are annulled. Thank you.
Representative Gerhardt's requested a roll call, and it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats. Question before the House is a Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 144. And this is a roll call vote. Representative Gerhardt is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
If I knew that Article 7 of the state constitution is state sovereignty, and if I knew that private firearm sales are not regulated by the federal government, then I would know that making laws keeping felons from having firearms does no good. It doesn't stop anything when you can just simply buy a gun from a friend or whatever else. And trust me, there's a whole bunch of people in jail that did that. So, thank you.
Representative Roy is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that it already exists a process in New Hampshire law, if you are a felon, to have your firearm rights restored. If I know that if you commit a federal felony, nothing we do here today can restore your firearms rights. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I am a Second Amendment advocate and I want to be taken seriously when I defend against legitimate laws taking our guns, would I now vote against giving them back to people who have been convicted of serious felonies? Thank you.
The questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 297 in the affirmative, 63 in the negative. The committee report is adopted.
Representative Roy.
Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 512FN, an act exempting firearms manufactured in New Hampshire from federal laws and regulations. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jonathan Stone for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll give my motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to move to table HB 512 in the interest of saving time.
That is a proper motion. The motion is to table House Bill 512. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 512. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I want to go home and I know that the results of this vote are going to be the same as the one we just took and not spend 10 more minutes, would I vote to table this?
Chair recognizes Representative Gerhardt for a parliamentary inquiry.
If I knew that our gun rights matter more than getting home in 5 minutes, and if I knew that Alaska, Arizona, Idaho, South Dakota, Utah, Tennessee, Kansas, and Wyoming passed this exact bill, and if I knew that so long as somebody stamped made in New Hampshire upon a firearm, it is not subject to federal jurisdiction and all their nonsense, I would oppose this table. Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 512. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 143 voting yea, 218 voting nay. The tabling motion fails. Chair recognizes, now we're back to the committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Chair recognizes Representative Horrigan. House will be in order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I'm rising in support of the ITL motion and hence in opposition to the bill. The prime sponsor correctly stated that we'd be making special guns as a stamped in New Hampshire on them, and the idea is, I think the idea is somehow that magically exempts them from federal regulations, which I think is incorrect. So that's why I support the committee report of ITL. This bill is actually a repeat of one that came up like 16 years ago, sponsored by, a lot of you may remember Dan Itza. He was a prime sponsor, and he had lots of very interesting ideas. Ideas are always interesting, but some of them were bad. But anyway, first and foremost, this bill is unnecessary. There's no shortage of guns in New Hampshire. In 2022, almost 133,000 guns were sold. So that's a lot of guns. So there's plenty of guns on the market, and I'm not really sure, how that would be good for our state's gun manufacturers, including Sig Sauer, which is located the next town over from me. I live in Durham. Their U.S. headquarters are in Newington. The New Hampshire's gun market is a tiny fraction of the nationwide market. That's 17.4 million people. And a high percentage of those 17.4 million guns were sold to law enforcement agencies, the military, and other professional users who probably would have little or no enthusiasm for being able to use unregistered and unregulated weapons. So they actually, and the Sig Sauer, I know, relies primarily on sales to the law enforcement and the military market, and even ones to just regular people, what I might call amateur gun users. A lot of the sales pitch is that you can use the same cool guns that the military or the police use. Now, just picking on SIG, just because I visited their factory and I'm familiar with them, they would have to set up a separate production line just for these special New Hampshire-only guns. That would be very expensive, and I think it would damage SIG's existing relationships with the law enforcement and military markets. I'm not sure, if any of the major manufacturers in the state would even be interested in participating in this. It's also unenforceable. There's a very vague definition of what constitutes a component they can use in these guns, and there's no mechanism really for verifying that all those components are in fact sourced from inside the state of New Hampshire. And there's also no penalties for exporting these guns. And you'd just know people would carry those guns across our state line. It's inevitable. Guns are a very easily portable commodity. There's a worldwide market for them. These things are going to go out of state, and I guess we don't have much jurisdiction over what people in other states do with these special guns stamped made in New Hampshire, but we could probably at least put something in there to forbid people from trying to export them. So that means we have no jurisdiction. And there's also other jurisdictional issues. First of all, we simply don't have the power to unilaterally exclude any weapon from federal regulation, no matter what magic phrase we stamp on the barrel. And also, this bill has provisions for prosecuting...
The member will suspend. It is way, way too loud in here.
Right,
the member has a right to be heard. If you have to have a conversation, take it out into the anteroom. Member may continue.
Okay, well, I'm almost at the end, actually. The other jurisdictional problem is this bill attempts to prosecute law enforcement, other officials, or even government contractors who try to enforce federal regulations on these guns. And I'm sure the federal government would believe that these guns can be treated the same way as any other guns that are manufactured in any other state. Finally, a lot of, probably a vast majority of the gun users would actually they would prefer to have a gun they can take out of state without breaking the law. And certainly, the prime market for our weapons manufacturers is the law enforcement, the military. They like having a certain amount of regulation in the market. They might want less than they have, but they don't object to being regulated. As I said, this is an interesting idea. If I were representing ITSE, those of us who knew him, there's a few in the room, he always had interesting ideas, but some of them were good, some of them were bad. This idea was bad a dozen years ago. It's still a bad idea, so I would urge you to do what the unanimous majority of the policy committee did late last year, which is to vote yes on the ITL, and then we can wait another dozen years and entertain ourselves with this bill again later. So thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Gerhardt.
Okay, less than 1 minute. So guns can already be made with 3D printers. The idea of trying to keep guns from going across the state border with new laws is not going to do anything. People can print them anywhere in the back of a car, so that's pointless. The bigger issue is having federal agents run around the state looking for some supposed gun violations that we don't need to have happening. We have our own police, we have our own laws, and if we need new laws, we can create them here. We don't need to be going to D.C. and having a whole bunch of mess happening in between here and there. So that's the point, and thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Jandrin. Representative Jandrin waves off. The motion before us is the committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 512. Representative Gerhardt has requested a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded, so this will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. He's waving off the... The motion before us is the committee report of inexpedient to legislate. House will be in order on HB 512. This is going to be a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 286 voting yea, 69 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
Okay, this one's easy. We have a committee amendment. She's going to offer 4 amendments, speak to them very briefly, and then
Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred, House Bill 518, Act establishing a commission to study revisions to occupational regulation of pharmacies and pharmacists. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator J.C. Grody for the committee. Not yet. The committee amendment is 2426H, printed in House Record 49, pages 80 through 85. Are you ready for the question on the committee amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. Senator Grody offers floor amendment 0023H and is recognized to speak. It is in your seat pockets.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment corrects a misstep that was submitted in the amendment during the executive session, and I ask you to support the floor amendment to make this correction. Thank you.
The motion before us is the Grody 4 Amendment 0023H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee amendment is adopted. The question before us now is the committee report of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted.
Speaking to your motion? You're moving to recommit? Yes. She's going to speak to it? wants to speak against.
Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 526 FN. An act regulating the use of temporary traffic control personnel. We considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Len Turcott for the committee. The amendment first. Chair recognizes Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that House Bill 526 be recommitted to the committee.
Representative Weber moves that House Bill 526 be recommitted to the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Turcott to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to rise in opposition to the motion to recommit. As you will notice in the calendar, the bill came out of committee with an 18-1 recommendation of ought to pass. Now, in 2015, there was a study committee done, and what came out of that committee was a recommendation that the municipalities be given more discretionary authority over the use of flaggers, police details, whether you used them or not, and who would actually have that authority to do it within roads in their jurisdiction, and that's important here. It's within their jurisdiction. This is not state roads. During the public hearing and the executive session and in written testimony, we heard from municipalities, and there was a divergence of thought. Some thought what they had been doing for years and years, we didn't need a bill. Others said we need the bill because we don't think we can do it. So what this became was an amended bill that basically clarifies and codifies in the RSAs, in many cases, what has been going on for decades. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. So after we passed in committee and it was published, we got some emails and calls from less than a handful of individuals, former and a couple of current police chiefs in a couple of the towns. Now, I'll talk about exactly what their issues were, but all of them showed a lack of understanding for exactly what the bill and the amendment was doing. There were a couple of them that what I would call straw man arguments. So what I did is I called my town manager or my town administrator, and I said, I assume the way this has worked in Barrington is that the selectman hires a town administrator. The selectmen are the municipal legislative body. The chief is appointed, and the town administrator is the one who oversees the executive decisions for the town. I said, tell me the chain of command in Barrington. Who decides if a detail is going to be even used, if it's going to be a police detail, is it going to be flaggers or none at all? And he said, I'll get back to you, I'm not sure. And when he got back, his response was, the police chief and I both see this legislation as enabling. In Barrington, the police chief decides, and that is how it has been done for as long as we know. Again, this language codifies that which has been going on in many municipalities forever and ever. So now what I want to do is talk about a couple of the emails or comments that I received. The first one from a police chief in a medium-sized city said, "Many of the construction crews actually want police officers, and this may eliminate that option." That is not the case. The police chief makes the ultimate decision. If the police chief hears from the construction crews that they want a detail, whether that's police detail or a flagging detail or no detail, the police chief still has that authority. I heard it from another medium-sized city. "This limits the use of qualified or trained police on the streets performing the traffic details and removes the chief's ability to determine if an officer is appropriate." Again, I've just gone over that. That's exactly what this bill codifies. Then I got one from a rather lengthy one from a former police chief. His issue was, in the case of an emergency for fire trucks or ambulance or cruisers, we need to know that emergency personnel would be able to get through. That's a straw man argument. Any other town, if you have a traffic accident or you needed somebody on site pretty soon, the individuals on the traffic detail are not going to be on-duty police officers. So you're going to go to your on-duty police officers, and hopefully they're going to respond within a couple minutes to take care of this issue that he's talking about. And then the last one I received was, "This language obfuscates more than it clarifies. Who makes the determination that the use of an officer is needed to protect the public? It refers to the municipality. Is that selectman, city council, road agent, Department of Public Works director, or police chief?" Again, we've just gone through that, and ultimately it is the police chief who will make that final determination. Now, the issue that I think some people have, or one of the issues some people have, is what happens if the police chief is going too far, using too many details, or on the flip side of that, not using enough details? That becomes the responsibility of the town administrator. He's the one that's going to make that determination, and if he fails in his job, that's going to be up to the legislative body of the municipality. So again, what this bill does is it simply codifies and puts into the RSA what has been occurring for past practice. And for those towns and municipalities who didn't think they could do this, now they can. Now they have it in the RSAs. They go, okay, now we can legally do this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will ask for a division vote.
The motion before us is to reconsider House Bill 520. Recommit House Bill 526. A division has been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to recommit to committee House Bill 526. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Stavis for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill was retained in our committee because it was complex and needed further study, And if I know that even at this late date and very late hour, we feel it still needs more work because of new information that's come to light, some of which was recited by the chair of our committee just now, and if I know that the prudent thing to do when new information comes to light is to take time to consider that information, would I now press the green button and send HB 526 back to municipal and county government so we can do just that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Lynn Turcott for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill came out of committee with a recommendation, bipartisan recommendation of 18-1, ought to pass as amended, and if I know that these last-minute protests against this bill are either a result of straw man arguments or just incorrect interpretation of the language, would I now press the red button on the motion of recommit so we can bring this back for another motion?
The motion before us is the motion to recommit to committee on House Bill 526. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 203 voting yea, 145 voting nay. House Bill 526 is recommitted to Committee on Municipal and County Government. For what reason does the member rise?
I move to lay House Bill 526 on the table, and I request a division vote. It's very late, folks, and I just read the numbers wrong.
The House will be in order. We still got a couple of things to do. The chair recognizes the member from Salem, Representative Sweeney, for the third reading motion.
Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time, and when the House adjourns today, it be to meet at the call of the chair.
The question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. House will attend to announcements. Representative Ladd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For all those people in the Education Committee, our administrative assistants made a packet of all the bills, not all, half of them, 50 bills, for you when we start on Monday next. And we also have our new annotated statutes for 2024. So if you want to pick your copy up, you may do so and put tags in it for Monday. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Chair recognizes President Prudhomme O'Brien. Will everybody please just sit for a few minutes until we can conclude our business here today?
Okay, everyone, I have a very exciting announcement to make about the I voted stickers that your constituents will receive when they vote in the next election, that at the presidential primary. There was a contest that the Secretary of State's office created with fourth graders throughout the state, and they have 3 lovely artistic drawings that say I voted. And the winners are Grace, a little girl named Grace from Milton, a boy named Jacob from Auburn, and Rylin from Mount Vernon. Those are the winners, and all of the entries are in the tunnel that go to the LOB, and you can see all of the entries if you'd like by visiting there. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few quick announcements for you, please. When you arrive in the morning, I know that sometimes we do not have all of the necessary room on coat racks and whatnot, but please do not leave coats on the benches of the anterooms and take up space there. We do have lockers. If you have, we do have somebody that can help with lockers if you would like to request a locker if you hadn't originally, but please do not pile coats, hats, bags, etc. on the seats out in the anteroom. Further, seat pockets. The only thing allowed in these seat pockets are the items put there by the clerk staff or the sergeant-at-arms team, specifically amendments, calendars, etc. Nothing else, and this is an announcement not just for you all, but for anybody else watching. There are no documents that go into your seat pockets in this chamber except official documents provided by this chamber, okay? Third, a member at the end of the day yesterday, somewhere in Division 3, misplaced an entry card. I have that if you would like to come see me. Fourth, please empty your mailboxes. A lot of mail has been coming in over the last several weeks. Please empty them at your leisure. And lastly, a reminder, only water in the chamber. Only water in the chamber. No iced coffees. No frothy beverages, no anything but water. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Sweeney moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of the introduction of bills, enroll bill amendments, enroll bill reports, vacate motions, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House is in recess for the call of the chair.